Hello everyone, welcome to the second edition of AwesomeConf. Last year we had an awesome event on May 4th at Grand Mercurial Hotel in Koramangala, Bangalore. It was amazing and we are here back again with the second edition. This time we added a design track. So today we are talking about all the development problems. Tomorrow we will be having a conversation on design. Before we start, I would like you to go through the code of conduct, read it thoroughly, and like report if some violations are there. We borrowed most of the code of conduct from Women of React, so we know it's good. There's a report URL. If you find any violations, you can report there. I would be monitoring it, and if there are some violations, we will take action immediately. Another thing is we are collecting donations to the PM NRF COVID Relief Fund. You can donate to this UPI ID, and at the end of the day, we will forward all the collections to PM and NRF Relief Fund. Last thing I want to say is have a good time. We have a Slack group. You can join that. Join the conversation there, or you can join chat on YouTube or Twitter. I would be following all those. Our next panel is Plateau of Learning. We have Manideep, Sanket, and Tanmai. This panel would be moderated by Nitish, and we will start in around 5 minutes. Till then, wait. Okay, see you. Have a good day.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hope you guys are all hail hearty and enjoying our current situation the way we are. Uh, so a big thank you first to start off with to the entire AwesomeConf team for getting this done online. Uh, uh, we couldn't have a actual conference where we could have met each other, but unfortunately, situation demands such that we stay away as much as possible. So our panel today is going to be talking on the plateau of learning, and it's something that I guess pretty much everyone goes through in their career, which is be it in their first 2 years, 5 years, or maybe even after 10 years, where you start wondering, what's the next thing I can do to get better. Uh, so just a quick brief on how the panel is going to go. We have 60 minutes where we have some questions which, as the organizers, we've discussed and formed, and you guys we'll be discussing those first. And then in the last 15 minutes, there'll be a Q&A where you guys can ask questions, probably on the YouTube chat, and that will be forwarded to the panelists here. So we've got three speakers who've done some great work in different fields, from software engineering to actually forming companies to hiring employees to making big teams. So I'm sure some of the insights that they provide is something which will be useful for many of us. So we have Manideep from Hotstar, Sanket from Geeky Ants, and Tanmai from Asura. So hi guys, how is it going? How are you all doing?
Hi, folks. All good?
As good as you can in lockdown.
All good,
Hey
as good as you can. What are the new things you all learned in this lockdown except the tech part? Did any of you learn how to cook or something? Like, or are you guys in? Where are you guys? Are you all in your hometowns or are you all somewhere else?
not in my hometown. I have been cooking a lot, and
Oh,
I've also signed up for a piano app. So
oh,
learning.
oh, that's nice. That's nice. Good, good. What about other you two? Are you guys learning, doing
I'm uh,
anything?
I'm currently in Bangalore, and
Okay.
my my new thing has been Fortnite. I have
Oh,
never
okay.
played. I have never played. I have never played one of these massively online MMORPG type things before. So
Okay.
this was quite fascinating.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at my
So,
hometown and playing PUBG with my cousins these days.
oh, very good. Family reunion, huh? Nice. Good, good. All right, so we'll just start right away as we have some questions which, as I said, as organizers we formed, and we like to discuss those first, and uh, then we'll open it out for the audience to start. So each of you have been doing work in very diverse fields, though the core of it is still technology and design. But the products that you guys work on, be it Geeky and Hotstar or on Hasura, are very diverse. I mean, they're completely opposite ends. So just you guys can start with how has your journey been so far, maybe till this point or before. So how have you guys come up to here? Like we can start with you, Sanket, first.
Yeah, hello everyone. So a little bit of intro. I'm Sanket, founder and CEO at Geeky Ants. My journey has been quite different, I would say. I started coding quite early in my life. My dad picked up. Uh, Actually, my dad started teaching computers out of passion, and that's where I picked up coding. And QBasic was the first language which I learned, and from there I built some little apps, not apps. We used to call it like command line programs. It was just MS DOS, and that's where it all started. From there, Windows came and Visual Basic, and then web happened. So my learning journey has been from there to now, which is more of like React Native, and Flutter and Svelte these days. So yeah, that's the journey what I have been through.
Mhm. Okay. Mandeep, how about you? Mandeep?
Yeah, I done electrical engineering as part of college. Didn't want to get into jobs related to that
Okay.
after the internship I've had in Bangalore, and I actually joined as a research assistant in traction design uh, in a design school after that, and from then on I had built up fascination about these
websites and apps they were building, and then I got to build them as a freelancer, a lot of them, and then joined Head Out at Bangalore. A couple of years of stint there, and then joined Hotstar.
Okay.
Great,
Tanmai.
folks. I'm Tanmai. I'm one of the founders and CEO at Hasuro. I studied I started coding fairly late in my life. I started coding only after I joined university. In university, I studied computer science. I did my bachelor's and master's, and as a part of my master's, I actually focused on computer vision, machine learning, and then soon after that, I consulted in the machine learning space for about a year or so, and then I realized that I kind of don't want to do this anymore, and I shifted gears towards software engineering. I started a consulting firm, and I started consulting myself and started a consulting firm with my core team. And we did that for a few years. Hasura, the technology came out of that consulting work that we did, and so kind of as that consulting firm matured, we took the really hard decision for us. It was a big moment for us to kind of move from that company to shutting that firm down, which had just started becoming like profitable, and fairly financially successful. So we had to take this hard decision of shutting that firm down, taking the core team out, and then starting Hasura, which was about 2 years ago. But yes, that's roughly me. I from mm, a technology point of view, I'm a fairly full stack engineer. I primarily um, during a few till a few years ago, my areas of expertise were primarily on the infrastructure side. So a lot of Docker, Kubernetes, um, backend stuff, working with databases, and over the last few years, it's become more on the front end side of things. But I would still consider myself just as an intermediate engineer on these things. I wouldn't consider myself an expert on a lot of these topics. So I'm full stack, and all of the good and bad things that come with full stack, right? Which means full stack means like you're like jack of all trades. It's a nice way of saying that. It's like, yeah, give me Stack Overflow, I can build whatever. So so that's me.
Nice. So full stack is like the all rounder we have in cricket if we're playing. But that's nice actually, because these are three very different journeys. I'm sure Manideep being the youngest, with having just started, and you two have probably spent more time and in the industry. This thing. So they're three very diverse journeys. Trying to do good things, of course, in their own fields. So as you guys, when you all started your careers, you started learning, and to where you all have reached now, right? You guys must have at some point realized that okay, maybe I'm not learning enough, or I am the work that I'm doing is the same as it always is, or there's a monotony in it. So how would you, in your respective fields or wherever, define that, okay, I'm going through a plateaued phase in my career, or in the way I deal with people, or at work, I'm going through a plateaued phase? Anyone can. Let's go
Yeah.
with Manjeet this time. You can start.
Yeah, so I would typically term it as comfort zone. I think a lot of people use that term. You're fairly comfortable at your workday, typical workday, and you're not pushing yourself as much. I think that would start getting repetitive, and you won't be growing as a person or a professional career as much, I would say. I think Sanket or Tanmai will be able to add more on this.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Sanket.
So I had hit my plateau. I remember when it was around 2011, 12, sort of. Actually, uh, when jQuery and Angular happened, that transition phase, I was actually pursuing my engineering back then. And ironically, when I was pursuing my engineering, I had hit the plateau of learning. And it took me a little while to come back to that learning phase. I got active on Twitter and started speaking to many people, and started speaking to who I looked up to, and also came across a lot of things like how Angular rendering happened, and then the React community blew it up completely with the meetups organized by Kiran. And I remember meeting Tanmai and Rajoshi a couple of years back when they shifted to Bangalore. That was a phase when meetups were getting really hot here in Bangalore, and that blew me up totally. Like how you can interact with people here in Bangalore and maybe overseas and travel to different countries, and then keep that learning on. So that has worked really well. Twitter has been an inspiration. Follow great people and keep checking what they are doing every day. It's sometimes draining, but it's also inspiring most of the times.
That's yeah. That I think to kind of add to what the others have said. I think the for me it's been more of a problem of um, uh, learning fast enough, which is not so more than a problem of kind of like um, uh, being stuck in a particular rut of like that I'm doing like a continuous set of things and not learning anything more. It's been more that, I mean, that's kind of been the nature of the way I've been working over the last few years. But it's basically more of an issue of like there's so many things out there, and the speed at which you need to know those things and be productive with them, that requirement is so kind of urgent and severe that it's been literally more of a thing of like learning fast enough, both on the technical and non-technical side, more than it has been of like the lack of opportunity of learning. So the plateau has kind of been more of a internal learning curve plateau thing that you need to keep steep, right? It's like you need to feel like you're like 21 all the time, and you can keep learning fast enough. So that has been kind of um, the most challenging bit over the last few years. Yeah.
I just want to put a positive spin on doing the same thing again and again. I think sometimes you need to do that to master something.
Exactly.
It's not that like,
Right.
yeah, but if you do it after a certain point, you get to like marginal benefits, right? So at that point, you might want to switch something up.
Right. So you guys also rightly mentioned about learning all the time, and seeing the way the industry and the ecosystem keeps changing, right? Especially with the way front end is working right now, the opinionated things that come in and go out. Can it also be intimidating for someone who wants to learn to start with? That there's like a barrage of information and you don't know what to actually take so that it helps you out.
It happens a lot. I think in JavaScript, there's this term called JavaScript fatigue.
Right.
And every day you see a new framework and new library coming in. It can be really intimidating for any new one coming in the ecosystem, right? But there's a way out. You can have a look at most of the things on the surface and deep dive into only the things which you really need at the moment to build stuff. And that's how we usually do, especially not just JavaScript. If you see Flutter, Svelte, these are fast evolving technologies. How do you keep a track of that? So I don't learn all those things in depth, all of them. Just one is fine. Like full stack for just one stack is good, and then go ahead and just get to know the architecture and the surface knowledge of the other technologies. That's how I do.
All right.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
I think I think you hit upon a really good point. I think it's very um I definitely think there's a tremendous amount of like if I was a front end engineer today, and I was kind of building my career in front end, and I just started today, I would be shit scared, and I would have massive FOMO whatever I was doing, right? Even if I was like on React, and JavaScript and doing whatever, I would still have, and using TypeScript and React and being very comfortable with the latest React, whatever, I would still have a massive amount of FOMO because there's so many different frameworks, so many different approaches, there's so many different things to learn that it is definitely very intimidating. So yeah, I think those first few stages of your career where you can be in an environment that somehow you're able to kind of like dive deeper into your particular stack and then calmly kind of like go through these other technologies and learn them and like understand how to navigate this is very important because otherwise otherwise it's definitely a little bit scary. I mean, I don't know how people deal with it today. I would just be like, what is
Yeah,
happening?
it's definitely stressful, right? Like there are so many things. I mean, from an Android perspective, Google releases like a library or new way to do things like every 2 3 months, right? They have a massive team working for on tools that help the developers, and if you are not on top of it, you feel like uh, you're uh, you're you're slowing yourself down, or uh, you're lagging. But I would say I think the perspective that you need to learn X number of things, or you need to catch up on all the things, which is impossible, to be frank. Uh, it doesn't help. Like it really stresses you out. I think what helped me was focusing on solving the problems. If something helps you solve the problem that you're trying to solve, pick it up, learn it. At one point, we didn't know anything, right? Like we were able to pick up like in a few days or something. But I think focusing more on problems helped me uh, say to myself that okay, I know enough to like get this done, right? I think that helps a lot in easing that stress.
All right. And I think if you guys, like just you three, if you guys want to learn something and you all feel, oh, let me pick up something or try a POC or do a hackathon or something, do you guys have like a defined method of learning something? Like, do you prefer seeing a video tutorial or the documentation, or do you all follow anything in specific to learn something new? If you guys,
So I usually pick up the documentation and then go ahead and do maybe a to-do app or something. That's how I start with most of the technologies. So, and if I have to go a bit deeper, then probably a side project. As Manideep mentioned, you have to build something to learn a specific technology. So side project experiments, and experiments leads to exploration. That's what we do usually.
right? All right.
Yeah, for me that has mostly been it's mostly been a story of like necessity is the mother of invention types. So basically like I have to learn something new because it's in front of me. It needs to be done. And so it's usually been motivated by that. And very similar to what Sanket said, if it's a technology thing, or if it's a new kind of engineering or a technical thing, then you have to get a little bit hands-on with it, and understand its first principles. I have a I It's not particularly insightful, but it might be useful to other people. But my a method of learning that I try to follow is I I call it kind of design thinking. I don't know if that's the right word, but that's the best phrase that I have for it, which is basically to kind of understand, if I'm learning something new, the fastest way for me to absorb that is to understand why that thing that I'm learning was built in that particular way. So why is this why is this framework built like this? Why is this programming language designed like this? Or why is this particular technology like this? Why has it been designed like this by its creators? Uh, what are its kind of like underlying principles, right? And then as soon as I can kind of connect that concept to other first principles that exist, it becomes really easy for me to understand where it fits and where it doesn't fit. Um, and then I can very rapidly kind of get productive with it. So understanding kind of its trade-offs, the pros and cons of like why it behaves in a particular way, why its designers built it in a particular way, right? Why the APIs are structured in a particular way. All of that kind of really helps me understand, how to use how to use that particular technology. I don't know if I'm being very vague, but yeah, that
No, no,
No,
I think Tanmay, you hit it on like out of the park. To be frank, like I echo that same sentiment. Like understanding why a tool is built and what it is supposed to be solving for someone who is trying to make something. I think I value that so much. Like I make it as part of my requirements for hiring, right? Like when someone says they've used something, I really look for that understanding of the tools that they have. And just to get on to the learning method topic, I think it is really intimidating at the start when you look at something very, very new. Like especially like a new paradigm of coding, right? For example, like for someone who hasn't done React or Flutter or anything like Swift UI or anything of that sorts, component atomic design stuff, it is really intimidating. Like you need to probably videos help me a lot in getting familiar with something very new in the start. I can go at my own pace, right? Pause, rewind whenever I want. And then, of course, as Sanket and Tanmay mentioned, you just have to start building something to really understand why it is made and what it's good for.
all right.
It's like if it is like the first of its kind, then probably you need to learn in and out and the concepts, everything. But if it is like something similar, what you've already learned, it's like learning a new musical instrument and then learning the second one. You can get the same principles, right? So I agree with all of you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now if we think about or we discuss at what it is when you want to learn at work, right? Because when you're working on something, your sprint tasks, your features, after some time you will definitely want to do something so that at the end of the day you've learned something, be it some new technology or some form of optimization or things like that. So this is mainly to just try and get an idea on if you had to encourage yourself to learn more at work. For example, think of something like in a sprint, I spend 70% of the time doing tasks and the remaining 30% clearing of engineering debt. So if I had to think of something like that, where I, as an individual contributing to the company, want to learn more at work, then what steps can one take if you want to learn more at work at your workplace?
Yeah,
who wants to go
Tanmay, you
first?
want to go? Yeah, Tanmay.
Start calling out
Okay.
back of your
Whoever
question.
has a phone.
Sure. I can. And my context is a little bit different because I haven't. Sorry, is that.
I'm sorry, I'll mute myself. Someone is
Oh,
on.
no worries.
Okay.
I thought it was a train. I can't believe there was somebody
Yeah.
honking. Go tell them to go
Right.
quarantine themselves, man. What is the
Yeah,
what is this?
even I thought it was like a train.
Yeah, I thought it was like a train. I was like, hey, cool, trains are running. But yeah,
Maybe that is what Modi is saying for everyone to honk now. I think.
Yeah.
Sorry.
yeah. It's like petals everywhere honking. It's crazy. Anyway, sorry. So I think a, mm, my first hand kind of advice on this might be a little bit uh, mm, uh, different because from a personal point of view, like I said, right, like because of the because I've kind of been in that founder role for a while. um, for me, it's not like I have the time to learn anything on the side. I just have to learn on the job, and that's kind of the nature of the job. But I think what I have seen from, like, I can speak to like what I have seen from some of the folks who work with me. Some of the most productive folks and some of the folks who are continuously learning, and what I've learned from them. Specifically on the technical side, and I can speak a little bit to my personal thing on the non-technical side as well. But on the technical side, what I've seen is that one, at work, the easiest way to kind of learn more things is adjacent skills. So at work, whenever you realize that whatever work you are doing, there will always be like adjacent technologies or skills that you will need to acquire to be better at what you're doing, right? So let's say, for example, you're working on the you're working on the front end, and you are not the person who takes care of the build or the CI/CD or the life cycle of like your application, right? And somebody else takes care of that for you. And let's say you will have every team and every engineer will have a dependency on somebody else, right? And one of the things that you can use to learn more is to basically say, what if I was not dependent on them, or what if I took on a little bit of their work, and this would help you learn a little bit, but at the same time it will be it's very nice because you're productive at what you are doing, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be like out of band, right? Otherwise you're kind of like, oh, I have to do this, but then on the side I'm trying to learn this, which is great if you're particularly interested in something. That's absolutely fine. But I found it very hard to kind of build in that kind of discipline to be like, Netflix, or should I learn this new thing? Screw it, Netflix. But so that's why it's very hard to kind of decide that you want to do something new outside, but it becomes very easy, and it kind of fits in with the rest of your like career path as well if you kind of look at adjacent skills. And you will always find adjacent skills for whatever you are doing, right? You will always be dependent on someone or something or some technology, and that'll kind of help you learn a little more. So that I found is very useful. The second thing I found is useful is having a side hustle, especially an open source side hustle. So what I mean by that is, let's say you being 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 a part of something, uh, um, something technical outside of work is also very useful because it kind of gives you different context. So let's say, for example, you're a part of an open source community or an open source project, right? Build something on the side, be a part of a small open source project on the side, contribute to a small open source project on the side, or start your own open source project on the side, that may or may not be related to what you're doing at work. And that is also very useful to continuously keep learning, because that gives you even more opportunities for either picking up something new, or then expanding like your adjacent skills even more, because now it's outside skills. So that kind of really helps on the technical side. I can speak to the non-technical side a little bit, but I'd love for the others to kind of talk a little bit more about the technical engineering side, and then
Yeah.
maybe there's some time.
Yeah, just to add a bit more on the examples of the adjacent skills that Tanmai talked about, I think like CI/CD is one very good point, right? Test frameworks, adding test frameworks or contributing to tests is one thing. Building Slack bots for some alerts, right? Automating some tedious process that your team is going through. Maybe it's build, maybe it's deployment. Anything that can help the team. Like you would get the reward, you will get their approval of like you being a team person, and also you learn a lot more. Typically, these things, when you're working on these things, it looks like a way different work day than a typical contribution to the main project itself. Uh, and a bit on the side projects thing, I think for me, I had a tough time focusing when I had a bigger side hustle going on. I would be wary about your like time management skills to be like not distracting from your main hustle. Of course, like the work is your main thing also. So it's about like some things work for few, works where some things won't. So I would be wary of it, I would say.
Right. I think I have a similar answer. What Manideep and Tanmay said, it's very similar. Side projects, side hustle is the thing for me to keep myself motivated, because uh, we developers get bored really fast. Like when there's something happening in monotony, happening over and over again. So it's good to have a side project in the weekend. Like it was just yesterday, I started building a board game, Ludo.
Yeah, I saw that. I
Yeah.
saw that. I saw that. Yes.
So that keeps me really excited, and that also works as a playground for me to learn something new. For example, the side project which I started yesterday, I am using Emerge.js and JSON patches to sync over sockets. So that I have not done ever in the past. I read an article about it about a couple of weeks ago, how JSON patches can be used to say sync data between two devices, and now that's working in my side project. So side project is something which has been the source of learning and also a source of motivation for me. And not only that, I mean, coming to, I mean, that's my personal thing, but when you talk about building a company out of a side project, that also happens. Like most of the big projects at Geeky Ants, which Geeky Ants is known for, like Native Base or BuilderX, or a couple of more projects which we are working on, all of them started as a side project. And it gets to a level, I mean, you don't have any responsibility with side projects. So if you like it, you do it. If it's exciting enough, if you share it with people and they like it too, then go ahead and build the next version. If it's not, then probably it can just be sit in the corner and you can work on something else later. So that's my personal part of like how to keep myself motivated. From a company perspective at Geekians, I think as you mentioned, Nitish, we have 70-30 approach, which is again like 70% of the time we work with client projects. So we have both the types of models. Like we have a product studio where we help the clients, and then we have an R&D section where we work on open source. We build little tools to help other developers, and native base and builder X. So we keep shuffling people so that they are interested in R&D as well as the client projects. And we have something similar to what many companies are doing these days. Like Formidable Labs is doing Sauce program and Spice program by Futurize. So these programs encourage people to contribute to open source, give talks, and do a little bit extra out of their side work. And these companies also give incentives to their employees. So we are doing that at Geekians as well. So both the things, intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, you can say.
Nice, nice. That's nice. That's I think pretty much everyone sort of concurred on the learning part of it. So if you want to pick up something or just in general at work or anything, in your opinion, do you think it's better to go with a depth first sort of an approach or a breadth first? Okay, in simpler non-computer science terms, like do everything, get an idea of everything, or probably know one thing and then go deep down into it and be a master of it. If you're learning something new.
I would say that I think I think at work, if you like it, things naturally end up being a little more depth first than breadth first, because just like the nature of work as an individual contributor is a little more focused, I think. But and so it always ends up being better that like depth first ends up being better than breadth first, and in that sense, you naturally kind of become an expert or try to become an expert at what you're doing first, and then maybe become breadth first. But I think one of the most important things that I've seen has been very useful for me has I think that focus on kind of like first principles understanding is very important. And I feel so happy and lucky that I got to spend 5 years just learning computer science and all of kind of the underlying first principles and basics before even before getting into the industry as such, right? And that time that it allowed me to kind of look at of that breadth of everything is was incredible. And that kind of set me up for put me in a place where I can confidently kind of jump into anything and be like, okay, you know what, I can learn anything. I just need a little bit of time. I need the right motivation, and then I can do anything, right? And I think building that confidence has been, and building that kind of base has given me a tremendous amount of confidence. And if I had to and I mean, this is very useless advice, because like you're either in a place where you did spend your 5 years or 4 years learning things, or you did not, right? So what you can do now, I think, is if if you can actively make time for um, sharpening first principles understanding, or for like going through if you want to do breadth first, then there are a few first principles things that you can go breadth first on, especially in computer science, right? That like the topic is so vast. Like, for example, most of us are developers, so we don't really understand systems very well. So systems engineering, I think, has been like is a skill, is like as a body of knowledge and skill has been something that we've ignored, which really helps in understanding things, right? Like just understanding basics of like networks and operating systems and databases is very helpful in understanding overall trade-offs in engineering, right? it just helps a lot. So if you have the opportunity to kind of just join a course, right, an online course, and learn something and pick up one of these kind of core computer sciencey first principles things, if you're passionate about learning and you like that kind of learning, that is a great option. But sometimes the appetite of kind of like learning from a course point of view is a little bit, is not accessible. But if I had to do breadth first, I would do breadth first at that level. And so, for example, one of the things would be to kind of go one level lower in the stack and learn those kinds of things from a first principles point of view. The other thing I think that again helps from a breadth first point of view is, for example, like programming languages. I think it really helps. It really helps to know like 4 or 5 entirely different types of programming languages, right? Like from completely dynamically typed to completely statically typed to purely functional to logical to like having like a few different kinds of programming languages, and learning them just because they're different is also very useful as a completely independent exercise. Just because there's so much bleeding into ideas that's happening from different ecosystems, and your ways of thinking, that your ways of thinking can become much more flexible if you deliberately put yourself in a place where the world just thinks entirely differently. And so I think that helps. But I think so those are kind of like two examples of like where you can be deliberately breadth first and it will have a good impact on, and I think it'll have a good impact. But otherwise, my feeling is that, at least my experience has been that, from a work point of view, depth first kind of becomes more natural, and breadth first a little bit harder to do. Like it won't play well with the work that you're doing, right? Like you have to, as an IC, you want to become more of an expert. You want to contribute better. You want to take up like more ownership of that domain that you're in, right? Like all of that kind of, I mean, I can see some scenarios in which breadth first might help, but it feels like if you're doing breadth first, somebody else in the team would already be taking care of that domain, so it's harder. And so, but yeah. Anyway, that's my take on it. I don't know. Hope that made sense.
Yeah, I would hit back on something that we have talked before. I generally don't get bored of anything until I actually understand why that tool is made, what it is made for, and what it is good for. I think going deep enough when you're learning to get that point, and then you can think about increasing your breadth. I think if you don't go that deep enough, it'll really like wear off faster, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree with both of you. Going breadth first to get the base right is very important, as Tanmay mentioned. And the things what we ignore, something like system programming and how operating system works, and why JavaScript has say event loop, or why this particular example, this particular language is functional. So if you get answers for these questions, then you have solved the what do you say, you can connect the dots between different languages and different frameworks, which is really important. Like, I'll give you an example. It was just last week, one of our Node.js application was failing really bad. And Pratik, who is really good at system programming in our team, so he went into the code and also into the architecture of Node.js. And since Node.js is single threaded, its event loop was getting like out of heap memory, and it was causing the request to be rejected. If he had not learned what Node.js architecture is, and how that interacts with the low level system programming and the memory allocation and all those things, it would have been really difficult. And if we see something else, like which is like say Apache and PHP, so that works in a different architecture and that interacts with the system in a different way. So getting that knowledge on the breadth is really important, understanding how things work. And once you get that, you can be very confident to build everything ground up, be it say a new language which has event loop, or be it a new functional language. But yeah, as again Tanmay mentioned, when you are actually working, when you are actually building, you might need to go depth first, because you are in the zen of building stuff to solve some problem, and you just want to get things to work that time. So when you're building stuff, depth first works, but before that, breadth first definitely works well.
All right. Okay. So then, coming ahead from that, do you think with the breadth and depth first approach, if you go for at work a depth first approach, at some point you will feel, I mean, if you don't have someone to say mentor you or guide you, that there's more to learn, you will feel that, okay, this is all that there is to learn. And then you again go back into that loop that, oh, I've plateaued in my learning. Can something like that happen? I don't know, like a endless loop cycle.
I don't think that happens in computer science and in this ever evolving ecosystem of JS or whatever you want to. I mean, this is super fast evolving. As you mentioned in the very
Yeah.
first question, it can be really
Right.
intimidating for newcomers, right?
Right, true. Then I think when you try to learn new things or at your work when you're implementing few things, this is a little bit from a designer perspective, this question. So, Sanket, I like your opinion on this because I know you do a lot of design. There comes a time where you may get, even as a developer, where you get a creative block where you feel that, oh, the design that I'm churning out is probably the same. The way I'm writing out on my coding style is like being the same. I'm not, things aren't changing much. So, do you think that there's a way to change or to avoid a mental creative block when you're working?
Right. So for the viewers who don't know what creative block is, it's a roadblock what you hit when you're being creative. So that happens quite often to me. I start with some design or some landing page or some really cool and fancy thing, and right after say an hour or two, I lose that say zen. Uh, it usually happens. So people say like coffee for logical thinking and beer for creative thinking. so so and that helps, but again, I mean that's not you do at work. So I usually stop, like whenever I hit the creative block, I stop working on that particular thing, and I'm lucky that I have that freedom. Not many creative people have that freedom at work. And then I switch to the logical part of work because I do both. So I start building the non-creative or the maybe straightforward logical part or the business logic part of the application. And once I hit that creativity back, then I get back to design stuff. So that usually helps me, and it's I think brain works like that. Like these two things, I work in different parts of your brains, right? The creative and the logical thing. It's good that when one shuts off, the other one still keeps working, right? So I keep switching, and I look for inspirations online. I think creativity is again. I read it somewhere. It's all about hiding your sources. So Dribble is a good source. All these platforms are really good source. So you can just go ahead and look at different things or pick up a similar or one of the competitors and go ahead and build things. Maybe. Yeah. I hope I answered the question.
Right. So, so this was specifically from a design perspective because I know you do a lot of design. Then I'll also come to Manideep. Like you recently mentioned that there was a time when you did a lot of freelancing as well before you started working. So, how do you, if you're a freelancer, how do you balance between how do you balance between taking up new projects and learning more things, that balance, because ultimately your new projects is your source of revenue, of course, because you're freelancing. So how do you maintain that balance that, okay, I should try learning this but also take a new project?
I don't think I'm the best person to answer that because I stopped
Okay.
freelancing because I couldn't find that balance well. But a lot of times the money did dictate
Right.
where when we had to stop working on these tools that help us. So, but these days I would say like it is also part of a developer's journey, right? Whether you continue to work on your main project or you start picking up new stuff which are not part of your main project. What I try to do is find something in the main stuff that you can actually learn. Like adjacent is one part where we already answered, gave examples.
Right.
But introducing something into your main project that makes it better for everyone else, right? The journey, I think initially I would actually straight away add it in and then force everyone to learn. Now I know the nuances of how to introduce a team better, like slowly, so that they don't lose their productivity. Um, But yeah, I think the balance, it mostly is forced on you, would say. Like in terms of freelancing, I don't know. Initially, at least, I wasn't earning much because of the lack of experience, and then the loop goes on.
All right, and the next one that I have is for all of you because it's in terms of how, as leaders, you can inculcate work in an environment which strives for learning for your peers and for your employees. Of course, Sanket and Tanmai, you guys are CEOs, so it sort of throws light on more to you guys because in terms of leadership, that's what people look at when it comes to a company. Also, Mandeep, you've started leading a team recently, so anyone can start your opinion on if you're a leader, as a leader, what can you do to inculcate an environment of learning in your company or in your team?
Sanket, would you like to? I
Okay.
yield the floor.
I would love to hear your answer, Tanmay.
Very good.
I think, yeah, I think it kind of started off initially being a little bit subconscious, but then it kind of became more deliberate as I saw that it was something that was working. One of the things that I've seen that works very well for me is when from a learning point of view is that so learning new things is actually very weird because it's very uncomfortable to learn new things. It's very easy to say, oh, this sounds exciting, so let me learn. So learning out of like your own FOMO or your own desire to kind of learn things is fine, but it's very hard to actually learn new things that are, especially on the non-technical side, right? Like, so for example, on the engineering side, it's fine because you're like, oh, I'm passionate about engineering, so I'm going to dive deeper into this tech stack or whatever, right? So it kind of like fits in with your mental image of yourself, so you kind of do that. But on the non-technical side, it's actually very hard, right? And it's one of the things, for example, like there's lots of things that is very some things that are very hard for me personally are like, I'm um, to do kind of like certain non-technical aspects around, let's say, the way that we set up communication processes, or the way that we set up or to be kind of more outgoing, right? All of these things are very important for me, as that I have to do, that I have to learn and pick up and execute on, but in a completely non-technical way. So the thing that I've seen that works really well for me and for other people is that basically, if you surround yourself with a peer group that is better than you at different things, or better than you, period, and is demanding, right, that automatically pushes you to learn things, that automatically forces you to kind of step outside your comfort zone to learn things. I think the best kind of learning and the kind of deltas that you will see in your career and your life will probably come from things when you step out of your comfort zone. The more and more you stay in your comfort zone, it's fine, you'll get better and better at a particular domain, hopefully, right? But the kind of big deltas will come in when you're kind of stepping outside your comfort zone and doing things. And I think for that, what has worked really well for like at kind of for kind of leadership roles in the company, and especially for me, has been to have a really, really good demanding uh, peer group, right? An understanding but demanding peer group. So creating an environment that is understanding and demanding is a tough balance, right? So you want to have like a mix of stress, but empathetic stress, right, where somebody's kind of stressing you out and saying, please do this, but they're being nice to you, and they're understanding that you have to go through a learning curve to do this, right? Which is very hard to do in a kind of corporate environment, but like in a business environment. But striking that balance is very important. And similarly, I think what has worked well, what to be is basically to create kind of a team of people who are really good at what they do. And who really want to kind of learn things, and when you kind of start putting together a team of people like that, it automatically kind of creates that right kind of learning culture in the firm. So what I have done as one, I have passed on kind of these values and encouraged learning and encourage kind of depth first and adjacent learning myself. But then the other thing that always works better than like me doing it, obviously, is just having your peers do that for you. So even on a technical side, just having just being alongside experts who are really, really good at something really helps. The other thing that I also do to help promote this kind of adjacent skill thing that works really well is encouraging people to take up a lot of ownership. And this is very easy to do in a startup environment, right? Like you have to create kind of the right silos for people to be able uh, to be successful and to fail. That you have, if they have control of the entire feedback loop, right, of that entire loop, and you can carve that out per person or per function, right, inside your team or across functions, then it becomes really good, because then it encourages people to take on ownership. And then if people take on ownership, they will learn adjacent things. Like, for example, one of the folks that are in the team is somebody who's just taken on ownership for handling all security vulnerabilities. He comes from a strong, like, a full stack background and a front end and a front end engineer. That's kind of like his day-to-day work. But he's also completely taken on ownership for all of the security vulnerability process, the reporting process, all of that, like, understanding. And so just that ownership that he was able to take on and handle that end to end, right, has helped him also kind of pick up a lot of those adjacent skills and understand, like, a domain that is, you're like, what is that, like, that domain is completely foreign to what your day-to-day work is, right? But it kind of encourages that, if you're able to give ownership, right? So those kinds of things have really helped. So peer group, creating an environment where you can, like, help people pick up adjacent skills, and creating a peer group for everyone at work, including yourself, including for leaders, and including for engineers, different kinds of peer groups, where people can be demanding yet empathetic, and people can be and people are themselves fairly experienced engineers who have the same kind of culture towards learning. Those things are things that I've seen have helped.
I love how Tanmay puts it so well, and how both the companies are so similar in culture. So I have more or less the same thing to say. And I remember, Tanmay, like how you guys started with like having a dev studio and then branched out into a total product company. And Geekians is also doing something similar, but we are not. I mean, our service and the client project company is still going on, and that's why we share so much in terms of how we roll, right, in terms of culture and learning and everything. So I would have the same answer, like culture plays a really important role. And I always, we at Geekians have this equation that culture is always greater than process. So if you set the right culture, have the like right people on the team who are empathetic and also intelligent at the same time, that really helps. And other than culture, there's also a bit of process what you need once your team scales, because in startup, when your team size is smaller, it's easy to do that, build that culture. And if you slowly grow, then it's fine. But if you grow really fast, then you start hitting that uh, culture getting spoiled, and you have to make a choice, like, okay, you want to do it with process, a bit of process, and also a bit of culture. So that's really important. Like at Geekians, we have all the managers are really technical, and they are really good at what they do in terms of like full stack development and whatever. We try not to have like non-technical, just non-technical managers in the team, so that people just grow from one level to another level. But yeah, again, that's a total different conversation of like non-tech versus tech ratio and all those things. Coming to the processes, we have like as I mentioned earlier, we have something like sauce program and a spice program, where we have we encourage people to do more of open source R&D, write about what they're doing, do tech talks, workshops, and all those things. And these work as like inspiration for the newcomers on the team, and they look up to the people who have already done, say, spoke at conferences, or like great OSS work, things like that. So it goes like that for us.
I think one of the small points I think needs more light is right through my career, I really have learned the most from the people around me. And having that good bunch of people around you automatically helps you grow. You tend to become the average of people who are surrounded by you. And like hiring people with that learning culture automatically brings in that habit into your team. And it also rubs off when people are giving internal tech talks or even giving external tech talks. Sharing what they're learning, I think, really multiplies. A lot of times we work in huge projects, and what helped us easily is sometimes people are just trying to find the topic they want to talk about, and it is easy to just ask them to talk about the things they've already did, which will give rest of the folks knowledge about the entire system. helps them make it better even more, and inspires them to share what they have in stock.
All right. I like the talk point of view that Sanket you mentioned. It reminded me there was once I think one of the conferences or meetups in Mumbai I had visited, and one of the speakers, the last slide right of it was it was just one couple of words, and it said that you want to learn something new, give a talk. So it's quite nice because people first get a little intimidated for the public speaking part of it. But if you just want to learn something new and propose a CFP or something, you'll automatically end up learning something so that you can give a talk, right? Uh, then in addition to the public speaking part of it, we also then come to learning outside of work, which is in your own free time during during the weekend or things like that. So this is of course a question which not only me, a lot of people will have, that what impact can a side project have on yourself? Because a number of times you learn something, you read something, and you say want to implement like a side app or some project, and then at least this happens with me, that you feel, oh, this thing is already been made by someone else, so why should I spend time making it again? How do you keep the motivation going for side projects so that it aids your learning? Anyone can start. Anyone. Well, I'll let Sanket start because everyone
Yeah.
tells Tanmai to start.
Yeah. So side projects, I think Tanmay said that it was Hasura was one of the internal tools what they built. I'm very sure that it would have started like just a small module in one of the projects, and later it scaled. So side project has that scale of building companies, right? But with zero responsibility. That is really cool, right? You don't have responsibility. You just keep building. Don't stress too much. Just don't worry too much. Just go ahead and keep using it, keep evolving it. If you see, look at native base was also a little module in one of the React Native applications what we had built in 2016, and it was it's and even the first version was really crappy. It was not at all good, but we still pulled out the components from the React Native application and put it out in a separate npm package, and we kept evolving that. So that really works. Side projects can be a great open source contribution from your company, or it can be a total new company like BuilderX altogether. Like we are branching out BuilderX as a separate company now. So yeah, I think it's really impactful and really important to have great side projects.
I'll let you guys, the Tanmay and Manideep also to speak. Just adding to that, at times when you're making a side project, you get a feeling that one, it'll be left in a state where it's never complete. Like the idea just came to you overnight and you implemented it for 2 days and then it's just gone down the drain types. And the other point is, you actually, even after building it, you feel that will anyone ever use this? So that actually, at least for me, at times it's a deterrent that you feel like no one is going to use this, so why make it type? So does that happen with you guys, or what do you guys do in such cases?
Yeah. So the first part of the question, I think, as I mentioned, it's zero responsibility. So you don't need to worry about that. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. Move on and do the second one or third one. The second one, like, will people use it? That's a question which everyone has when they're working on some new OSS or contribution. So if you are able to use it in one of your projects, if you are able to solve some problem that you're facing on a daily basis, go ahead and use it, write about it, and then let others decide if they want to use it. And that usually happens if you have a good README documentation and GIF and demo, and you put it out on, say, Reddit and Twitter. And that's enough push what you need for open source. If it is useful, then people will use it. If they're not, then it's okay. It solved. It worked for you, and it might work for you in your next project. So that's enough validation, I think.
Yeah, I think everything that Sanket said is spot on, and I think to add to that, like from my experience of what I've seen as successful side projects in the company are um, basically when developers. So this is something that works well if all the developers on the team also so there's also kind of a platform component, which basically means, by platform I mean the tooling and infrastructure that the team has to make their own life better. That is a great place to have successful side projects, right? So let's say, for example, um, so for example, our backend code base is in Haskell, and one of those portions, and Haskell as a language is very amenable to continuous refactorings, and to continuously like taking out small things and modularizing it and then converting that into a small like abstraction that can then be applied across the code base. And it can be done with anything, but with Haskell it's particularly easy. But the philosophy there is that, you kind of, there's the code base has become very large and very complicated, and now what happens is that you need kind of patterns, like some portions of the things that you're doing are very inconvenient to uh, work on, right? Like the developer velocity slowed down tremendously, because if you're adding a new feature, you need to be aware of A and B and C and different modules and whatnot, right? So you need a new abstraction for handling that particular part better, right? And so introducing that new abstraction means that you might have to create like it might involve creating a separate kind of a library or a separate internal module, right? And then that thing often becomes like a completely independent library or a side project that actually becomes very useful. And this is something that I've seen that has happened across a bunch of our code bases, right? Um, where it's kind of driven a lot by the need to make the developer experience of building something better, of shipping it, of automating it, like all of those small things, right? That we all talked about. Those are really good candidates for small side projects that also become mission critical. That the path to it becoming mission critical is quite fast, right? So it's one of those places where you can avoid the oh, what if this is useless? But like Sanket said, the risk is fairly low. So it depends, right? So what I'm talking about specifically are like the side projects at work, right? So these are work side projects. So these are like things that you did not think would be a separate project, but they did become a separate project, right? But in those cases, it's very good for it to kind of be like some kind of developer experience automation thing for people inside the team. So that I've seen works really well. On a personal thing, if you're doing side projects, I think going back to what I was saying, like having an open source side project or being a part of an open source side project is a great way to keep yourself involved and work on something that's working. Building your own product is, I think, something that every single developer should do. You should just build and launch your own product. You should just do it. Don't even think about it. If you've not done it yet, just put something together. Get even 5 users. It doesn't matter. It'll just it's just an amazing experience, and it teaches you a lot of important non-technical things as well. So that's a good candidate for a side project, right? Just build any product and just launch it, right? And try to get it out as quickly as possible, and try to get 5 or 10 users, try to get 100 users. And if that's not something that you've done yet, that's a great candidate to have. And otherwise, yeah, of course, if you're interested in learning something, then that becomes a good side project. But all of these side projects really help with learning, particularly particularly I think the ones that can happen at work, because they become mission critical. There's a lot of like innovation that happens on those side projects, and it grows very fast. So creating that environment is good, and then being able to do that is also nice.
Yeah, to answer Nitish's question, where you're thinking about whether someone will use it or not, I would actually focus on the problem that we are trying to solve, right? If that pain point is real, then your solution is actually useful. And the fact that Tanmay mentioned this, right? A lot of successful side projects he has seen is when those projects help the people around you. You have the users right beside you, right? And you understand what exactly are their pain points. You yourself might be a user of it. So that understanding really helps build a good product. And yeah, for a lot of internal tools that we build, we have the users right in front of us, and we end up creating a lot more successful products in that domain. And also they aid in your understanding of radically different things than what your main project is. uh, it will really, I think, bring a different dimension if you own it up completely.
I would just like to repeat what Tanmay said.
Go ahead.
If you're
Sorry.
if you're a
Yeah, go
developer,
ahead, go ahead. Uh,
If you're a developer, go ahead and build products. Go ahead and do it now.
Yeah, do it now. If you're worrying about like what side project to do, this, that, the one thing that you should take away from this conversation is like quickly spend this weekend and build off and launch a product. Like just do it
Yes,
off. So
totally, totally. And we have got a comment from my dad. So my dad is watching. Hi.
oh, nice. Not wrong. All right, so we are into our last 10 minutes, and if the questions there are a couple of questions which are posted on the YouTube chat. This is by Sanket. I think Sanket, you only answer this because Sanket's to Sanket. So he says that some technologies, learning it, Webpack, SaaS, Node, all of it can be overwhelming. So how can you better handle these learnings and be good at all of these technologies?
So go step by step. I think we have spoken about it. Like learn the basics. So don't just directly dive into say Webpack and things like that. So learn HTML, then CSS, then check out what SAS and less solves for CSS. Then check out what frameworks like React and Vue solve things for plain JavaScript. So it's a step by step process. If you directly jump to the say Webpack, React, and say some frameworks, then you don't get the basics right, and it's a slow process.
Right. All right. Fine. I think, do we have any more? Otherwise, I have one for all of you guys. This can be pertaining to not something that you guys have done, but probably some of your employees might think. So a lot of times people feel of doing a remote form of higher studies to learn maybe a master's or an MBA. So was wondering that does doing a remote form of higher studies in by your peers and colleagues, can that also be a way of learning outside of work?
I
Anyone?
personally passed on like higher studies because I felt
Okay.
like in this industry specifically, I think the pace at which we have been evolving for quite some time. I don't think academia actually has caught up or even tries to put you in a higher space. But there are definitely few areas which we actually call research internally in our teams as well, right? Things like machine learning, natural language processing, right, or image recognition, all such research heavy topics. If you want to dive deeper, I think those higher studies really help. But like from where I stand, it's mostly about building products, and most of the courses I saw were little too didn't feel like worth the money that I am paying for,
Right.
and also I felt like a real field experience would teach me as much or even more.
All right.
yeah,
You guys.
to add to that, I broadly agree. I think with Mandeep, I think um, it's very unappetizing and unappealing to kind of go back and study. Like
Right.
my dream is like when I'm 50 or 60 and I'm done with all of this, I will be like, let's go do a PhD now. Like yes, like let's go back and let's just do like 6-7 years of chilled out learning. But yeah, but when you're in like this high energy kind of environment, it's really hard to go back to academia. I think though that um it is not something that I've had personal experience with, but I feel like the idea of learning, um, of like having like one online course that you do, right? Instead of like a degree, but having like an online course that you do that is kind of specific, that either helps with kind of an adjacent skill that you're trying to pick up or picks up with a particular interest area. I don't think that's it's a romantic notion in my mind. I like it. I like that idea. I don't know if it's practical or feasible. I have seen some success stories from my peers, like for example, I've seen some of our some of the folks who are kind of on the non-technical side of things, because the entire company is so technical. They've just been doing courses over the last month, last quarter, and they've just been picking up all of the different aspects of what what the company needs to touch on. So they've gotten familiar with development, they've gotten familiar with front-end development, they're learning about like kind of like systems a little bit, and they've been doing these courses themselves to make them more effective at their work, right? Because because you don't have to depend on an engineer to understand what is happening, or to explain to you, or to understand how the developer ecosystem is. So I've seen some success there, but I don't know how it would work for, like, if you're already an engineer, you already know a bunch of things, and then you want to learn something advanced, but I don't know how the time balance and all of that works out. Yeah, but the idea of like picking up a course and doing something, spending the weekend learning that new thing, maybe even a day a week, that sounds very appealing to me. Like, if I had the time, I would definitely want to try doing that.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, I think we have one last question that we can take in the time that we have. This is by Shrikant. He says that I would like to ask how to prepare for a tech interview. There are a lot of resources, and for a junior web developer, how does one go about this when you're learning in terms of for an interview? Anyone can. So when you basically, it means that you learn in terms of when you learn solely for the purpose of an interview. But yeah.
Yeah, that's the like the state we are in. I don't know like how you guys handle hiring into your companies, but like there are two sides of it, right? Few people feel like we don't use DS and algo in our regular jobs. I don't feel it useful. Why are these part of the interviews? Some feel like you will hit a roadblock if you're not strong enough on this. You won't go deep enough into subjects if you don't know this. Two sides of the coin, valid arguments on both, but I would say learning them wouldn't hurt. And a lot of the current state of hiring in our industry relies heavily evaluate faster and more objectively. I think this is an easy fallback on them on their part, where they test you on your DS and algos, right? And it works for various levels as well, right? If you're right, especially if you're new to your job, like if you're right out of college, like what they can actually test you on is mostly DS and algo. So I think it's where the industry is. I think you just have to accept that part of it. You don't feel religious about companies who are asking these questions. Should I join them or not? You don't feel that much. At the end of the day, all of them are trying to build products like any one of us. And DS and algo, if you like it or not, it's part of it.
Right. All right. Due to quick last two comments on this, or in general, for everyone, how has this been experience for you guys here today, from our respective houses?
So for me, it's been great. I've learned a lot from all three of you, Manideep, Tanmai, both of you were really great, and it was more insightful for me than actually speaking. So thank you so much for this.
Thanks, folks. Likewise, and that's very kind of you, Sanket. But yeah, this is great. Loved learning from like that. What kind of stuff you folks have been doing. And nice way to start. Nice way to start a Saturday morning. So yeah.
Fantastic.
Right.
Yeah.
That's nice. Good. I like this. So the entire thing we discussed, we moved the whole thing from the plateau of learning is, staying in your comfort zone, to learning adjacent skills, to going to a depth first understanding at work, then creating an empathetic learning environment at your workplace, encourage people to take more ownership of certain projects, make them part of the feedback loop. And one very valid point, I think, which I picked out in all this is, like, you don't need validation for building something. Like, just make something and just put it out there. As Tanmai said, if you have even 4 or 5 users, it's good enough. That is validation for what you've done. So I think this is nice. I hope once this gets over, the quarantine and the lockdown is done, we guys should all meet up. This has been nice talking to all of you. When you guys are in Bangalore, everyone together, we can meet up. Anyway, this was good. So anyway, thank you guys.
Thank you so much for hosting, Adesh.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sure.
And awesome.
All right. All right.
Bye, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Yes, same.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. That was our first panel, and we are moving towards a break. During this break, we have a game of dictionary for you. You can join this, play with all the members joining our stream right now. So we'll be back in around 20 minutes, I guess. 30 minutes, yeah. We'll be back around in 30 minutes. Have fun. Stay tuned to us. Our next panel is going to be about an advice to your younger self. Varsha Shah, Jaya, Vedantani, and Zainab would be joining us for that. See you in 30 minutes. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. We are back. Now, we are off to our second panel on advice to your younger self. Before going to that, I would like to repeat that you go through our code of conduct, read it well. If you find any violations, report us on the report URL. And we are running a donation for COVID relief fund, PNNRF. So if you want to donate, you can use this UPI ID and donate to us. At the end of the day, we will collect all the funds and forward to PNNRF. Next, we have advice to your younger self. Our panelists are Jaya, Ved Antani, and Zainab Bawa. It would be moderated by Varsha Saha, and we would be on air in a bit. Keep enjoying.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Welcome back to the AwesomeConf again. And we are here at the second panel discussion today, which is going to be advice to your younger self. And we have three industry veterans with us here. We have Ved Antani from Twilio. Hi Ved. We have Zainab Bawa from HasGeek. I think she'll be joining us in a bit. And we have Jaya Jha, the Bright Leader. Hi. I hope all of you are doing well. And so basically this hi Zainab.
Hi, Varsha.
Welcome
Sorry,
to our
audio issues.
No issues. So as I was saying, welcome to our second panel discussion, advice to your younger. And so basically I'll give I think yeah. You all can hear me, right? Okay.
Yeah, we can.
So basically, this discussion is going to be around the lives, that you have led till now. It's about, so this is such a fast-paced world, and we move so quickly from one phase to the other phase, into our careers, in our relationships, in our everyday lives. And sometimes we are so engaged in moving forward that we forget to look backwards, and we forget to think about how our lives would have been if, let's say, if this mistake, I did not make this mistake, or let's say this was the changing or the turning point of my life. So today's discussion is going to be about those mistakes, those learnings, those inspirations, those motivations, what brought you forward, what brought you to the place that you are here today. You are the industry veterans and you are the leaders. And I think all of us would benefit knowing, what are those things that motivated you here? Or was the career that you are in today, was even that your first choice or what? So, yeah. So let's start. The first topic that I would like to discuss is what plans did you have for yourself when you started your career? So was this always your plan on doing what you're doing today? Was this always the plan? And, did it go as per your plans? Were there any deviations? How was it like? So let's discuss from the past and then we'll get to the present. Wait?
Yeah. Quite frankly, there was no plan. Things actually don't always go as you plan, right? If I look back, the only thing that I really wanted to do, and I still want to continue doing, is to write a lot of code. At that time, the only thing I wanted to do was to learn, and we had a fantastic session in the morning about learning. But beyond that, nobody thought in terms of what I want to do in a larger frame of things. I continued to code, continued to build my skills, right? But never thought in terms of how the career would shape like, right? Um, but one thing that really helped is that I was very fortunate to work with amazing teams, amazing problems that I got to solve. That actually shaped a lot of my thinking in terms of what I really wanted to, build in terms of my own skills and my team skills, right? But beyond, yeah, I don't think I planned when I was at least decade back.
Right. Jaya, what are your insights on this?
Yeah, kind of similar. As much as I would have liked to have plans, I was utterly confused when I started my career. The good, so confused that within I think 9 months of graduating, I was on my third job. Uh, but thankfully, that third job was at Google in product management, and at that point of time, at least I figured out this one
Wow.
profile or job that works for me. So since then I have done other things. It's not like that was the ultimate epiphany or ultimate realization of truth or whatever. But thankfully after that I always knew that if I don't know anything else, there is this one thing I definitely like and would pick up at any point of time. Yeah, other than that, things have happened and I have responded and things have worked out well, but plans, yes, don't work.
Right. So you're saying that this sort of backup that you created has become your own job, and it's like this is one thing that I really know how to do well, and this is something that you learned on the job.
Absolutely.
Right. Awesome. Zainab, we would like to hear your thoughts about this.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Varsha?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So I think my life has really gone as I had planned it, and I think I made some really good decisions at various points in time. So I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking about that. I run a company called Hasgeek. I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, and that's because I was very inspired by my dad, who used to run a business. I think the one mistake that I definitely did was to glorify that a bit too much. I never looked back and wondered why he threw temper tantrums at home, why there were these phases where he would go completely incommunicado, where my mother would say, like, what is this, for 1 week he's not talking, and we're like wondering, like, what is he mulling on, why is he not talking to us? But now I understand that because I go through this myself, because I'm trying to think about a business problem, I'm trying to think about human resource problems, etc. So I think for me, my dad was always my hero, and I think that's so stereotypical as I say this, but there's no other truth apart from that. Having looked at what he had done in life and how nothing succeeds more than success, I think for me, that was an even bigger inspiration to say, I want to be so successful that nothing succeeds than success. And I think that that's really a stage where I am at, where I feel fairly allowed, because I know that, this success is what really drives me. There are a couple of other things that I think I did very well in my life. I don't know how old Ved and Jaya are, and I don't know if we're going to reveal ourselves over here, but I'm 41. 10 years ago, I was 31. 20 years ago, I was 21. And I think the things that I did in terms of making education decisions, like deciding to go for social sciences rather than, study hard sciences, when everybody said, oh, you're such a bright student, why are you studying psychology? Why are you studying history? I think that was a very good decision to make, because I think we really underestimate how much you really require to understand people in order to kind of drive things. I think the second good decision I made was to really loiter around in my 20s to 30s, like do all kinds of things, which would lead me to where I am today, right from starting a company in the 20s to that not working out, to then deciding that no, I need to do a job, to figuring out how to be self-disciplined so that today when remote work happens, you have this sort of transition fairly seamlessly. And then I think most fundamentally, especially as a woman, I think I made a very right decision in terms of marriage, which is that my father would always tell me, like, don't get married because you're so successful that, for you, marriage is a distraction. And I think for me, unlike many other women I saw at my times, I figured that marriage is not a milestone. It's one of the good things that happens to you in your life and not necessarily the most defining factor in your life. And I think having made that decision really made my life very easy, because for me, then everything then on was, how does this sort of fit into my life in terms of how my life progresses to what I had planned to be. And I think that, those are things that really are important when you think about how do you plan your life. So yeah, that's where I am.
Wow. I mean, that was really inspiring. I have to say that. Wow, it was really good to know about all of this, and especially for young women out there who are aspiring to become an entrepreneur like you. I think this will be something that is really, really good to know, and I think they can all connect with you if if you allow them to, and if you think that it is the right guidance, you can give them the right guidance.
Right. Except that I'm not going to get your marriages organized, so please do this yourself.
All right. So we have three veterans here who have like completely different experiences growing up in their respective careers, and I think that was something really inspiring to all of us. The next question basically is about what do you do in your daily life? What does your day look like? A typical day in your lives, what does it look like? I'm going to start with Jaya this time.
Okay, so typical day is really a mix of doing things that are very, very macro to doing things that are very, very micro for me. Um, right now, I'm leading product for a fintech startup. And that means in one moment I'm thinking about the entire business strategy and how the product fits in there. In another moment I'm sitting down with developers to figure out why the hell this went wrong and what is the bug here and stuff like that. So a typical day involves a lot of coordination between different people, which has gone up since the lockdown and this whole remote working thing. It was much easier in the office. A lot of problem solving time, sometimes with the team, sometimes on my own. So the day is structured around these various tasks which need different level of concentration versus different level of interaction with people. And the biggest challenge every day is to make sure that I have time for all of this and also time for concentrated work. So that's kind of a daily challenge.
Right, right. And how do you equip your personal life into all of this? Like, how does that look like?
Okay, so I am somewhat of a workaholic, so it does like work does tend to kind of take over my life. But then again, just like on a work day, it's a question of dividing between these different types of things you have to do. You have to kind of separate out the personal life, so making time for things you enjoy.
Right,
And right now, there is no option. You have to make time for doing the dishes and
right,
cooking your food. So
right.
that sort of automatically happens. But
Everyone is a Wonder Woman and a Wonder Man this time.
right. So it's that is something I have to consciously do like every day. Otherwise, I can get sucked in my work.
Right, right. Good to know, Jaya. Wait, what are your thoughts about this? How does your day look like?
Yeah, so I am in middle of starting Twilio's India Center in Bangalore, and doing that remotely, I never imagined would be so difficult, right? Starting from hiring people, interviewing, doing everything remotely is just super difficult. So right now, what's happening is that I'm spending almost entire time on calls, talking to people, trying to coordinate things here and there. There's this very funny thing. So we onboarded our first batch in India, right? And there were like 13 people joining us remotely. Now, how do you get them laptops? How do you get them to start working? So for 1 week, I just spent talking to police stations. This is the closest I've gone to the jail. I was sitting next to this jail for half an hour to get my pass to give laptop. So it's just so weird right now. But if you ask me about my day, it's all about thinking in terms of what I want to do with my teams in India. How do I partner with different teams across the world, and get the right products out of India? It's very exciting also. Um, but I think that's where the entire balance has gone completely off for me, right? And like Jaya said, right, we have lost the notion of hours. So I hope that we get out of this very soon,
Right,
and I think get some sort of sanity back. But that's how my day go. I mean, that's how it is.
right. So the
Yeah.
lockdown is affecting most part of our days. Let's just
Oh
say
yes,
that.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and everybody's busy, solving for all the blockers that their team has, and I think,
Yes, absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
awesome, great to know. Zainab, what are your thoughts? Like, what does your day look like?
What does your day look like? Yeah, what does my day look like? So I think let's divide this into the younger self and the current self. As the younger self, I've always been a remote worker. I always enjoyed working on my own in terms of flexibility, because most of the work that I did really involved a lot of writing, a lot of planning, and I think that that is very well accomplished when you're on your own. I can completely understand, where Ved is coming from, in the sense of, like, putting a team together. I think for most of us who are working with teams, it's almost like trying to put a team together right now with the lockdown situation. So even if you had a team, we're trying to put that team together now again, because people are uncertain. They don't know what's going on with their lives. They don't know what's going to come up in future. But let's go back again to the 21-year-old self that I'm very proud of, which is that that self was not fixed to a certain number of working hours by saying that I'm going to work from whatever, 7 to 11 or whatever. It was more in terms of, like, I'm going to be focused on getting things done, and I'm going to be focused on producing outputs. But that doesn't have to be tied down to a fixed number of hours. I think that has really helped me personally, and I wish that that would also translate to the team that I work with. Like, not to say that the team doesn't sort of understand that, but I think that yesterday we had a very interesting discussion on one of the events on HasGeek, where we were talking about, like, that there's a paradigm of working in the sort of industrial paradigm, where, like, as a factory machine worker, or as like this sort of, like, office bank teller, you have to move things within a certain number of hours. But given the nature of the tech industry, and also some of the work that we do, the fixed hours really don't matter. What really matters is do you get things done. It doesn't matter whether you do it within, like, the 9 to 5 time, or whether you do it from 5 a.m. to 9 or 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. So I think that's one of the things that I would encourage a lot of people to think about. And this is from my younger self to my now 41-year-old self. In terms of where the 41-year-old self is right now, in terms of the lockdown, I think there's this constant, sort of tension between trying to have your physical space clean, because you don't want that to clutter your mind. And then you want to, like, transpose the clutter from your mind into your physical space. I think I obsessively find myself running my robo vac in the house, like running my dishwasher. I think I'm very attached to my machines right now, unlike most people. So while I did tell Rahul that technology sucks a while ago because the earphones were not working, I'm very, very attached to the machines I have right now. I think, like, those could be my children, and that's the life I want to have.
Agreed. Technology.
But yeah, otherwise it is, like, basically trying to align the team, getting people to kind of coordinate. I think that the lockdown really presents very interesting challenges for us in terms of, like, how do you communicate, and it's about the fact that we have so many tools at our disposal. There's WhatsApp, there's Telegram, there's Slack, there's everything. But how do you kind of switch off and take that time off, and not necessarily respond to every message that comes to you instantly? I think that's a challenge that I'm sure a lot of us are grappling with.
Exactly. I think I can relate to it. And I think what you said in a gist was, like, the advice to all the young people is to not look out for working hours. In fact, put all the hard work that there is while you're young, while you can do it, and just continue doing what drives you. Zainab,
yeah, I think that the focus on outcomes. Yeah, I think the focus on outcomes and getting things done is very important. I think that's one of the things that's also lacking in the work culture that we have in this country versus, say probably like in the US. And I'm not saying that it's a good situation in the US, because you now find very entitled young people. All the young people 20s out there, you suck. But the fact that what really matters, if you are kind of in this economy where what matters is that you really get things done and you move fast. I mean, this whole idea of being lean, I think that that's really what needs to percolate down, and that's something that you really have to learn from your younger self. And I think I was very fortunate, because for me, my father was a role model, my mother was a role model, and I just could see every time that they were so resourceful, they could get things done, and nothing was stuck, because in their mindset you just had to keep moving. And I think that matters.
Right. That's a very positive thought to share with us. And I think everyone who's young and who's just starting their careers will have a lot of things to do with this advice. Like, just go for what drives you. Just have this kind of hard work, and like, don't take the entitlement for granted, even if you are entitled, right? Okay. So that brings us to our next question. This is again related to your past, to your younger self, basically. So, looking back into your growing years and your career, what do you think worked out well for you? What's something that you're most proud of? And having said that, was there any the role of luck in what you are today? So yeah, so these are the three questions. One being what worked out well for you. Was there any role of luck? And what's something that you're most proud of? These three questions. I think we can divide this discussion into these three questions and then talk about it. Where do you want to go first?
Yeah, what worked for me, and I think the two things that worked for me was um, I realized very early on that while everything around my work and my core competencies and my core skills are important, um, that's not what will limit me. Right? Um, so very early on, I started developing certain skills very outside from my core function. For example, I I I started, doing things which were not in my comfort zone, right? For example, pick up a topic and try to learn, even if it is not something which is not I'm doing every day in and out, right? For example, music, for example, it's not something that I do, but it gave me a sort of an ability to think beyond what I continue to do for, let's say, 12 hours a day, right? But also gave me a bit of perspective about, hey, this is not just what I want to continue to do. There are a lot of things and topics beyond my 12 hours of life. I think that started giving me a lot of perspective beyond just, hey, framework wars or which language is better. We all do that all the time, right? Other thing that actually helped me a lot, and I don't think luck played any role in my life at least. Zainab, you know, you spoke about your early days. Luck never played any big role in my life. Uh,
Right.
what helped me was, being grounded and good with people. That's the only skill that I use right now. Being very good with people, right? So I think those things help me a lot.
No, that was really good to know, especially the fact that to all the people out there,
Yeah,
do not stick to one talent. Like explore and find out things. Like Wade said, he did.
yeah,
Try to find out more things that you can do. Try to learn new
yeah,
things every day. Not just related to tech or your work. Like you can learn anything out there. Right, Wade? That's
yeah,
the advice here. And
yeah.
for Wade, I think, as he said, that luck did not play any role. So it's all about your hard work and all about your dedication to your work and to any other thing that you do in your life.
Yeah. That's
That's a
all.
good
Yeah,
advice. Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good advice. Zainab, what are your thoughts about this? What worked out well for you, and did luck play a role? And what is something that you're
I
really
think.
proud
Yeah, I think one thing that really worked out very well for me was discipline. I still don't know where I get that discipline from. Mostly, probably from my mom, because she was like so dedicated to the fact that she was doing housework. But I think discipline is one thing that really worked out for me because it has helped me to stay on track. I think a bunch of things didn't work out, but I think I quite resonate with Ved's point about this being in your comfort zone. So I'll take a little bit to just quickly explain what I mean over here, which is that back in my 20s, I was a social science researcher. I would study human beings for a living, and what human beings did and why they did what they did. And I think it was a very comfortable zone to be in because I was so good at what I was doing. And then in my 30s, when I decided that no, I mean, like, I wanted to join my co-founder and help him do HasGeek. And I think Jaya might have, like, stuff to talk about from her past experience and from her younger self. But that was completely stepping out of my comfort zone. I dropped my PhD, which I was doing, and that kind of like led me into depression for almost 2-3 years, because I was like, oh, I was so good at what I was doing, and now suddenly I'm in this field where I'm talking to these engineers, and I don't know what they're saying, and I don't know what I am saying, and how do I deal with them, etc. So I think this switch from one comfort zone to another is very hard, but it's also very important in life, because otherwise you really don't kind of like recognize where you're coming from and where you could be going next. The I think the challenge for many of us, both the younger selves and the older selves, is the persistence to stick with something. And I think that matters a lot if you want to do mastery, which is to say that it's not enough for you to say, I'm going to step out from learning framework 1 to going to framework 2, but how much do you stick with it to kind of develop that mastery over it? Because that is what actually leads you, kind of like, leads you into your life further on, and also helps you to see things differently. So it's one thing to say that, yeah, I learned how to play the guitar for a bit, but now I got bored after 1 month, so I'm going to learn how to play chess. But can you stick with things despite the boredom? And I think that, the one thing that really helped me in my life in that sense was running. That I found a really good coach and a really good group to work with at the age of 30. And just the fact of being able to run even if you're bored, when you're able to run when you're excited, you're able to run when you're depressed. I think that the physical exercise part is something that a lot of us don't take seriously as both older selves and younger selves. I'm not going to eat into Jaya's time, but I'm going to respond to the one question that you had, which is what is the role of luck? I think I really made some very good decisions, and I'm going to stick with that. And I think the best decision that I made, the thing I'm very proud of, is my marriage. And I know that sounds very stereotypical for a lot of people, and people would be surprised to hear me speak saying, oh, such an empowered woman talks about her marriage. But I think that relationships matter a lot in life. I think we take it for granted, and that if you're not in a good relationship, it really spoils everything else in your life. So choose your relationships wisely. It's not about who you just get married to. It's also about your children. It's about your friends. It's about your work. If you're not in a good relationship, get out.
Right. I quite agree to that. I mean, your relationships matter a lot, and it's not just about your spouses. It's also about your friends. It's also about the circle you sit in and the people you talk to, right? And they kind of bring you up or bring you down. So choose your circle wisely. I think it's a good point that whatever you do, have discipline in that, right, Zainab? That is one of the key points that you mentioned here. That discipline is very important, no matter what you do, whether it is your work, whether it is your schedule for running, whether it's any sports that you do, or whether it's any instrument that you play. The discipline part of it is really important, and that kind of brings out the real goodness in whatever you do. Right. So Jaya, moving on to you. What worked out well for you, and did luck play any role in that? And what's something that you're really proud of?
Sure. So what worked out well and what I'm really proud of are probably the same things, and that is the ability to take unconventional decisions or choose unconventional path. And that thing is always relative. So I was born and brought up in a society which was, to be honest, very conservative. Just a girl going to a hostel for pursuing her studies was almost a scandal, and I was that scandal. Or even something that will wanting to write JE or trying to become an engineer. Again, as far as most people sitting here are concerned, are very, very conventional paths. But again, the environment in which I took that decision, it was the most unconventional. Even if women made a career, it would be in medicine. That's more suitable or whatever, right? And then going forward, I told you that at Google, I finally found this one career that I would always like and would always be comfortable in and good at, of product management. But then I left that job to become an entrepreneur. And this was at a time when entrepreneurship was not as mainstream. Today, it's really, really much more mainstream. It wasn't that at that point of time, right? And when I graduated from IIM Lucknow, I chose not to opt for placements because I wanted to join a startup. And I decided that I'll do that. And everybody was like, at least get a job. What is the harm? I'm like, not putting through this terrible process whose outcome I'm not interested in. Why should I do that? So if that's what works for you, so it's not a rebellion for the sake of rebellion. It's just choosing unconventional because that's what works for you. But it is surprising how often people are unable to do that, how often the peer pressure or just what the right thing to do is or what the safe thing to do is influences their decisions. So I think that is one thing that has worked out well. That is something I'm proud of. So even today, if I have to take an unconventional decision, I'll take it. Sometimes even with my own conventions. When I graduated from IIT Kanpur, I said, oh, I really don't like programming. I was a computer science graduate, so what will I do? Don't know, very confused. When I graduated my MBA, even though I graduated well, and as an engineer doing well in MBA, you're supposed to go for finance. I said, no, finance is not something I'm interested in. I won't do it. And then now today I'm doing fintech, which is like both. And that is also fine. I'm enjoying it and it's working well. So not be hung up about what others think, not even be hung up about, what you thought in past or
Right.
what your earlier experiences will be. That works out very well. And I'm glad that I still have that flexibility where I don't get too hung up on even what I thought in past, and am able to take those decisions. Did luck play a role? Yes. So going back to the childhood, having parents who would let me take that unconventional decision of going out for studying or choosing a career that I wanted, it was nothing but the luck. Like I could have born in another family and it wouldn't have worked out, right? And they took flack for it from the society. So yes, absolutely, very lucky. After that, I think more than luck, it is privilege. If you are a graduate from IITs and IIMs, there is a certain privilege about you. When you are in among your peers, it is easy to forget that, but I never forget that. Like all these strange, funny kind of career decisions I've been able to take is because
Right.
I have this network which will kind of always support me, and I'll always be able to get back on my feet. Like uh, most people from back home cannot imagine leaving a good job, a prestigious job, and just starting when you don't know what you're doing with your life. And it is possible to do that because that safety network is there, which is because of the privilege, because of the network I'm a part of. So yes, I do think it plays a role, and one shouldn't take it for granted, because for a lot of people it's not available.
Wow, that was something very different, and I think that was really inspiring for all of us. Majorly because you spoke about two things, that don't take your privilege for granted, and that if you are able to do certain things with the support of the people around you, you are definitely lucky, because not everybody has that kind of environment or that kind of support system to encourage you to do things, to bring you out of your shell or something, right? And I think that's a good advice to the young people to find that kind of. And I think it can mix well with what Zainab also said, that have a group around you, have people around you who support you and encourage you to do things, right? And the second thing that you spoke about is, I think, really inspiring even for me, because what you said, and your journey about your IIT and your IIM and the streams that you chose, in spite of all of that, you chose to listen to your heart and to your mind and to your passion, and you were like, no, I'm not going to stick to the streamline, and I'm not going to stick to something that is being told by the society or even by myself. I'm going to break out of that mold, and I'm going to do something that I feel is good for me, right? Not being a doctor, not being a computer geek. You wanted to do something that you wanted to follow, and I think that is something that is really inspiring to the younger people out there, that follow your choices, follow your heart, and don't be scared to take bold steps. Right, Jaya? Is that the gist of what you just said?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay. So let's come to the present right now. What about today, right? And what I'm going to ask you is, what motivates you? What motivates you to still do the things that you guys are doing, that you people are doing? What is this inspiration that forces you or drives you to bring you forward and continue doing whatever you are doing today? Jay, I'm going to start again with you.
So for me, my motivations are very micro these days. I am not motivated by big goals of changing the world or uh, any of that, because I do think that sometimes you end up doing more harm than good if you're trying to change the world. But my motivations are more micro. When I'm working as a product manager, users really embracing that product, or business purpose really being fulfilled. So the sense of achievement in your work is what drives me. If I'm leading a team and the team feels motivated, and they think that I'm adding some value to their life, if they are happy that they have worked with me, I think that motivates me. So in terms of whatever I am doing, what is it that I'm able to achieve in that is ultimately my motivation. So even in personal life, like relationships or any of those things, relationships are about people. So are the people around me happy? Right, if there is a relationship of any kind, you should be somebody whom people like in their life,
Hmm.
because you add something,
Hmm.
right, in some way. And so whether it is personal or professional, I just take pride in and motivation from that achievement, that it set out to do something, it did it well, it did it better than what anybody expected. um, and somebody is happy that it happened.
Right. So basically, your value addition to all the people around you, or to the things around you, or to the work around you, right? That
Yeah,
is what is the motivating factor for you. Zena,
absolutely.
what is it for you?
I think what's motivating me right now is how do you build an organization that lasts beyond me or beyond the personalities that are driving it. And I think the reason I say this is because I think I spent most of my 30s trying to sort of regain that sense of self confidence and sort of to be very sure about what I was doing. And I think the 40s are a great time because then you're very sure about yourself. And I think that the time when you're so sure about yourself, you also know that you're not going to live long enough. What you want to build is something that outlasts you. And I think that's the thing that motivates me right now is how do you build an organization? How do you build a culture that outlasts you? And that's sort of carried forward, whether you're there or you're not there.
Right. So your legacy is your motivation, right? What legacy you are leaving behind, and what.
I think that if you go to Mark Manson's book about what's that book that he wrote, something I can't remember. The first book that Mark Manson wrote, and he talked about legacy over there. But I think legacy is not really what I'm looking at. I'm wondering and I think this is a problem we have in India, which is that we don't know how to build organizations. We don't know. Most of our organizations are built around our personalities. How do you build an organization? How do you build something good that lasts beyond you? It may be attributed to you, it may not be attributed to you. I think I don't care about that really at this point in time. I just want to see something that lives beyond me. It doesn't require me to oversee it on a day-to-day basis or supervise it on a day-to-day basis. So I think that's really what's driving me right now.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Wade, what about you? What motivates you to keep on going?
Yeah, right now, my primary motivation, as I said in the beginning, is to build great teams in India, right? That's my primary motivation right now, to get the center up and running. Get the right kind of products to be built out of India, and that is one of the most challenging thing right now, because for me, it's personally the most challenging part right now, as I said, is to make sure that you remain motivated, so that your teams also sustain with you, right? Like Zainab said, that you build an organization that is self-sustaining, that you don't have to run really literally, right, by pushing yourself. I think that's a state that really motivates me right now at this point of time. And I also get some reference to what Jaya said. It's a mix of micro and macro world right now for all of us, that keeps us on our toes, motivated. Yeah.
Right. So what is the motivation like in the lockdown? I think anybody can answer this. Apart from the normal day, apart from your normal lives, what is it that is going to keep you? What is it that keeps you awake in a positive way in this situation itself?
I would say transition. The fact of sorry, Jaya, you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
I think for me, the motivating factor is what's coming next. I think for me, fortunately, we are in a business where this transition has actually been good for us. And it's about saying that, how can you do, what can you do to make the most of it? I think that, I look at this phase very positively in terms of building remote teams, in terms of building the product, in terms of building your processes. And the fact that, this lockdown is a great boon for people like us, because you find the best talent is suddenly in the market. So you have the opportunity to work with the best people out there who would otherwise, not be available. So I would say anybody who's startup founder out there, go and hire the best people right now.
Wow, that's a great advice, and I think that's a very, very positive way to look at the current situation. Jaya, you were saying something about this?
Yeah, so long-term motivation for me is really ultimately trying to find happiness and contentment, and it may vary at what point of time what gives you that happiness and contentment, but ultimately that's what I'm driving towards, and at any point of time I want to be doing things that gives me that.
Right. Okay. Dave, do you have anything to add to this?
For the long-term part, yes, I think Jay and I are on the same page. Be happy in long-term, raise good children. I have 2 kids. I try to spend a lot of time with them in this lockdown. And I see that Zainab has such a lovely daughter right now. She's coming and going. Yeah, so I think that gave us a lot of opportunity to spend time with kids, But yeah,
My daughter really enjoys these online events. I mean, like for her, like she has to customarily say hi, and she customarily has to say bye because she knows our parents are coming back. Sorry, wait, go.
no, that's so nice to see. Actually, that's a nice thing. But yeah, in lockdown, be happy. See your children grow. Children, your teams grow into great teams. That's all. I think that's all that matters.
Okay, awesome. So my next question, and I think anybody of you can pick it up. So what is the most important thing for any of you right now? What is the most important thing that you value? It could be something about your profession. It could be personal. Anything that you value the most right now. Wait, do you want to go?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, please, yeah.
No, I would say that at any point of time, ultimately, the most important thing are people around you.
Right.
So whether it is work, whether it is personal life, whether whatever, I mean, even in work, you're building for somebody, you are working with somebody. Even in personal life, you're living with somebody. You're like, trying to spend your life with somebody. So I guess it is the people always.
Right. Wait.
Yeah, I think people around me, that right now is the most important thing. Relationships, how we can spend time with people around us, right? That's the most important thing right now. They actually are your support system for life, right? In terms of professional things, I think a lot of things are getting more and more important, right? I think this lockdown, as Zainab said, right, gave us a very different perspective of what we really are, right? Can we hold conversation about anything and anything remotely? We can. I had no idea that I can actually do something like this online, right? But when I see everything around us changing so rapidly, I think the most important thing for us will be that how quickly we are able to change, right? And I personally believe that world has already changed. The world order has changed, right? The way we are going to work now will be very different from what we have known to work, right?
Absolutely.
So I think being able to change quickly with the times is a very important factor for me right now that I'm trying to build in myself, and in that the people around me are very important because they support me in doing this.
So basically adapting to the current situations and then bringing, like, developing yourself for the future, right?
Yes,
Working.
absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Zainab, what are your thoughts about this? What is the most important thing to you right now?
I think last week the most important thing for me was, am I going to find dishwasher powder to run my dishwashing machine?
Wow, that's really nice.
I don't want my machines to die. So I think that for the last 1 week I was obsessing about where am I going to get dishwasher powder. Sorry, but yeah, I think I don't have anything different to say from Ved and Jaya except for my dishwashing powder.
That's really important. I can understand.
Yeah, if we are talking of lockdown specific stuff, I'm really stressed about where to find dark chocolates.
Oh, wow.
I can do something to you, Jaya. We have a lot of stock at home.
I think we should probably to the grocery list and we can probably send it out and say these are the essentials that we need right now.
Yeah, I need that to get through this.
Sure, we'll figure it out, Jaya. Don't worry, we'll think about it. Wait, do you have any such cravings or any such, utensil washing stuff that you need right now?
I have so much stocks on the washing stuff and chocolates that I can done to all of you, all of that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, we all are washing dishes regularly. I think that will continue. That will continue. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So we've spoken about a little bit about your past. We've spoken about what you're doing currently. We've also spoken about your dishwashers and your chocolate cravings. The next section is about the future. So what is it that, what are your long-term plans? And when I say long-term, let's talk about 10 years. Where do you see the world that you think it is, and the world, and for yourself, what are these 10-year plans? When I say the world, it could be anything like your technical world or your organization or the stuff that you're doing right now. It could be anything. So the world is just glimpse of what you're doing. So what is the world in the 10 years, and what are you in the next 10 years? So what is that long term thing that you're looking for? Jaya, do you want to go first?
I could go first because I don't have a lot to say on this. For people like us who never had plans, and to the extent there were plans, nothing worked. 10 years is a long, long time. I can make speculations about where the world will be. It can be a dystopian world. It can be a utopian world. I don't know. But whatever the world it is, the only thing I can hope is that I adapt to it, not do too much damage, and if possible, do something good for the world and for myself. But yeah, other than that, it just seems very presumptuous to say where it will be. I would still want to be happy. I would still want people to be happy.
Okay, that's a great thing. Yeah. So professionally, do you see anything that you could potentially think about? Here is where I want to stand in the next 10 years.
I don't know. It's easier to answer that question when you're 20. You want to be at the top of the world. It's more difficult to answer that question now when it has boiled down to just being content and being happy.
Okay.
So whatever it is, yeah, don't care much.
Answer, and I think it's a good advice to the younger people that don't always think about I want to be on the top of the world, or I want to be this or that. Be realistic about your experiences. Be realistic about where you want to be in the future. Right.
So it's not so much realistic. Realistic sometimes somehow says that you want to do something and you can't do it. That's why be realistic. That is not the point. Like the whole idea is that what you want to do does not you may not want to do something very, very specific. It's a particular outcome for yourself that you want, and a lot of things could take you there. So maybe being on top of the world is fine. Although seeing the people who are on the top of the world right now, I'm not sure many people want to do that. But yeah, like the specific things don't matter so much. And also you realize that even if you can think of one thing you could be today, which will make you very happy, 10 years down the line, the world will be a different place. You will be a different person. That may not make sense any longer.
So what you're saying, it's such a fast pace and such a changing world that the most that you can do is be content with yourself and adapt to the surroundings, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Zainab, what are your thoughts about this? What are your long-term plans? Where do you see your
I think I'm a little bit on the same page as Jaya. Like I said, I think I've seen the most turbulent times of my life in my 30s. I think those 10 years were so horrible. I don't want to go back to them. And now I'm so sure about myself. I think there are a couple of things. One is we really don't know what is the world that's sort of coming at us, given the current situation. So I think that the one thing that I think all of us would be striving towards is to make sure that you have good relationships, you have good support systems to kind of that will help you, and that will help you to kind of keep your head on your shoulders. I think that investing on those relationships is something that's very important. I see that that's also very important for me, because it's very important for me because this is what I would be giving to my child, in the sense that I don't know what is the world that she's going to be at. Is she going to have to go back to school? I don't even know that. And that if we can build a community around ourselves where there is something that she can plug into, I think that matters a lot. And I personally do believe that the other things that will sort of be very important in the times to come, not just for my personal self, but then that also impacts my personal self, is how much trust do you have with the people around you? What are the kind of relationships that you kind of build? Because there's going to be so much suspicion this pandemic kind of goes down, because you don't know whether you're interacting with a person who might give you the virus. You don't know, and there's just so much of paranoia right now. So I think on a personal level, kind of like being able to get through these times itself is important. And professionally, I think that this is probably the best time that I have seen in my life. I can't say the same thing for many people around me, because I do understand that they're all uncertain about their jobs, about their careers. And I think that if I were to kind of go back and look at what my parents did from their 40s to the 50s, I think they mostly consolidated on a lot of things that that they had built in their early lives. I think that this is a great period for consolidation. It's a great period for building things out, and it's a great period to build your confidence all over again.
Right. I think what you spoke is really, really relevant right now. And I hope everyone who's listening to us also tries to at least follow whoever they can relate to, be it Jaya, be it Zainab, be it Ved. So, Ved, what are your long term plans? Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Or do you also agree with Jaya and Zainab that, it's about relationships and how you build yourself to be, how you adapt yourself to the world?
Yeah, long-term plans give me a lot of anxiety, so I don't plan, right? And in 1990s, people planned that, by 2020 we'll have flying cars, and what we got, right? So no long-term plans. And what Jaya said about, winning the world and being top of the world. My last hope was Elon Musk. He went insane last night, so no plans, But
Right.
I think what Zainab says makes lots of sense in terms of a lot of things will change,
Right.
right from your education, our habits, our discipline around how we interact with people will change, how we work will change, right? So I think fundamentally everything that we have known to do well will go through a drastic change.
Right.
I think we'll also have a lot of opportunities in making sure that what we did not do well in last couple of decades we'll be able to do well. For example, we are breathing cleanest air in last
Yeah.
30 years. Right?
Agreed. Yes.
Now, this gives an opportunity to think about, whether we can build organizations or teams or a world that is green. So, it's not that everything is in gloom right now. I think there is a lot that can be built out of this kind of situation. But in terms of long-term plans, I think it just gives me anxiety. So I stay away from planning for too long.
Yeah,
But
I
I'm
can relate to
with
all of you around
Zainab
that.
on this. Yeah.
Right, right. So I think Ved, the most important thing that you said right now is, not all is lost, and there is still hope,
Yeah.
and we learn from our mistakes, right? And maybe the world will be a better place to live in the
Yeah, I
next 10
hope
years.
so. Yeah, I hope that.
Awesome. Um, Okay, I think we are around the end of our panel discussion, and I think we've all had a lot to learn. In fact, I've had a lot to learn, so thank you, all of you. My last question or my last discussion would be around um, what is it that what is like the mistakes of your past. So what is it that you think that you could have done better, so that you are in this place right now? You wouldn't have to fight that hard. If there is any mistake or if there is any learning looking back at things, what is the advice to all these young people out there? What is the one mistake that you would ask them not to do, or by your own experiences? What is that? Anyone can go first.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think I can take a stab at that. So I think there are two R's in my life which I think that are the biggest mistakes. One is rant, so please don't rant, and the second is react. Try not to react. I think these are two mistakes that I often make, and I think that both of them kind of lead you to get stuck in your situation psychologically, mentally. It's important to recognize when you're doing it, and to just pull yourself out of it. If pulling yourself out of it means like shutting yourself in a room for a few days, just do that. Don't reply to every WhatsApp message. Don't reply to every email. Like, don't react. Just like, sort of take that time off, because at times what people say, they don't really mean that. At times what words are, they really are not. So it's important to kind of take some time to introspect. I think the other mistake that I often make, and I think that that's sort of really kind of given me a drumming in my life, is overthinking into things. It's good to introspect, but it's also good to kind of remove yourself and say that no, you need to kind of like either get into the situation and act, which is contrary to the advice of saying don't react. But I think a bunch of these things, which is if you're ranting, get out of the situation, step back, pull yourself out. If you're reacting, it's important to take a step back. I think we're Vipassana has really helped me a lot in my life to think about it. It's a very objective way of thinking on how not to react. And finally, I mean, overthinking. Sometimes it's important to be in the present. It's important to be spontaneous.
Right. So rant, react, and overthinking. These are the three killers, right? Killers of your motivation or whatever, or the three mistakes that people should never do. Awesome. Yeah, what is it for you? What do you think? What advice can you give to people out there to learn from your mistakes?
Sure. So thankfully, there hasn't been anything disastrous coming out of it, but in my younger days, I think I used to expect too much rationality from the world and too much fairness, and that led to, let's say, some heartburns, like situations I should have anticipated will go certain way. I got really hurt from them, or they're just generally very angry and stuff like that. So whether it is your job, whether even personal life or whatever, the world is not rational. People are not fair. The world doesn't owe you any justice, and you just kind of have to deal with it yourself, or the support system around you. That is something it took me some time to learn. If I had learned them earlier, I would have navigated my professional life better in my early days. But yeah, thankfully nothing disastrous, but a good learning.
Wow. That's a truth bomb. Don't expect too much from the world, and it's not going to be fair. So just get used to it. Wait, what about you? What are your mistakes? What do you think people can learn from your past?
Yeah, the biggest mistake that I think when I look back is focusing on one thing a lot, right? And when things don't work out, you actually, as Zainab said, you react by saying that everything just now is ruined in your life. You're not going to get back to your feedback again. But one thing that life teaches you that life is a surprising way of getting back on track, right? So wasting time in just thinking about what could have been, what could have done better. I think that's just a waste of time. I think life gets back to their feet, its feet, you know. So there is no, and I think I used to focus on one thing a lot. Hey, if I'm doing this, this is my work. Don't look around, right? But luckily, people that told me, their life beyond your regular 9 to 5 sort of a thing. Look around, and I think that um, I think I spent a lot of years just focusing on one thing. That's your work, right? How to be better at that part, and living in regrets. That, hey, you know what? I could have done this better. Now I'm not going to be successful or happy. But luckily, I didn't remain in that zone for very long. I was lucky to have friends who told me to not be in that zone, and but I think I could have done that part better and react as Zainab said, don't just react to things, sleep over them.
Yeah, so I think it relates to what Zainab said. It's not about overthinking all the time. So don't overthink and don't think that, what if I don't live a life of regret, right? Because the life can always get back to its own feet, and whatever happens has to happen. So don't think too much about what is happening and where you could be or where you were. Just keep on going, right? That's one thing that you said. And another point was that focus on multiple learnings, not just one. It's not just about your 9 to 5 job or whatever time job. It is also about the world is your oyster. Go out and explore more things. Go out and find your passion. Go out, do things more. Communicate more. Right. So that's a great discussion. I think the last question was something that really gave us an insight about all of you and how you pick yourself up after a heavy storm. And I think all of the audiences would be able to relate to it quite well, and probably learn from your mistakes, or I'm not going to say it mistakes. I'm going to say that learn from the experiences that you had. So thank you, all of you. I think we are at the end of this panel discussion, and I hope all our audiences have enjoyed this as much as I have. And this has been an awesome panel discussion of the AwesomeConf. And thank you, all of you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Okay, I have to come here. We have some questions.
We have some questions.
Where's Varsha? Varsha, come back.
Yeah, Varsha, come back.
Come back.
Where's Jaya? Varsha, we can't hear you.
Oops. I'm saying I'm so sorry. Question got open. I was like, I'm done with
gibberish going on in the private chat.
Anybody else's. I'm so sorry, all of you. To the audience. Okay, so let's start the question. I'm asking her to ask her to come back. Okay, at least let's start with a few questions, and Jaya can probably join in. There's one question that Ankit Mani has asked: is remote here to stay? The remote working. Any of you can take up that question.
Yeah, I think remote is here to stay. I think we've been having a bunch of conversations around the sudden, the lockdown sort of imposing remote on you versus, having been remote much before this pandemic situation. I definitely think remote is here to stay. And I think the reason for that is, one, we do not really see things changing anywhere until September. The other being is that there's going to be so much of fear and paranoia, and there is genuinely a challenge with the large office structure, because with the centrally air conditioned systems, we've known that the virus has sort of been spreading quite a bit. So we have a genuine situation in the sense of not being able to get back to normalcy in the sense of what things were previously. So we really have to get ready to kind of go remote. A few things that have come up in the discussions that we've had on remote work on HasGeek. I think I'll just quickly recap three very important points that I've learned from. One, create a setup for yourself in terms of remote, in the sense that if you're in your home, have a workstation that helps you ergonomically, which means that with good posture. Do not work from your bed or your couch, because that kind of leads you to slouch and also gives you a lot of muscle problems. The other being is that do not overcommit yourself in the sense of trying to jump into everything. And finally, figure the balance in the sense of being able to kind of keep a sort of a discipline for yourself. And by discipline doesn't mean like a regular routine, but the one thing that really helps overall, and we've discovered this time again in the last 2 months, is have a nap in the afternoon. That really refreshes you. It really helps you to think. And taking a nap in the afternoon, it does not mean you're slacking from your work. You're actually being far more productive. So I think that's really where we are.
Wow. Okay. Wait, do you have anything to add to what
No, I think all are very important points. I think remote will stay. I think remote will stay. It will also shape the way we work. I completely agree to Zainab saying that do not, overwork, because when you are working remote, especially across time zones, people tend to actually work, since very early morning to very late night, just to make sure that your hours are aligned, right? And that is just a big mistake, right? Take care of your posture, your neck. You don't work on the bed right now, because those long hours can actually kill your entire body. But yeah, I think I think remote is going to stay. It will depend on how we take care of ourselves during this remote working phase. That will actually help us go a long way.
Absolutely. Okay. Do we have any other questions?
I think there was one question about managers, but I don't know if it was intended for this one. So maybe I think Rahul, you can tell us if this is a question intended here.
I think if you want to take it, you can take it. Like, it's about how to manage your manager.
I think there's another one which is there's another one on businesses, which is how do you think your business will change post pandemic, and what will be the new focus areas?
How are you able to see that? Oh, I just saw it on my screen. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good question. How businesses will change post pandemic? What will be the new focus area for business? I think that's a good question, and Zainab, I think you do have insights about this.
So we are in the business of helping people talk to each other. It has been happening through events. The physical events industry, to be very honest, is not coming back this year. If it comes back next year, it's going to be very slow and gradual because there's still going to be fear about large gatherings. So I think in terms of businesses, I mean, at least I can talk about the media and the sort of events business we're in. I think it's important to help people make connections, and this is a really good time to kind of think about how you bring people together like you used to bring them in a physical setting. How do you? I know that you can't bring the richness of physical interactions back, but this is a great time to think creatively in terms of internet products, in terms of ideas, in terms of processes, and how you can help people meet each other, discover each other, talk to each other. I think it's a good time. We do know that O'Reilly, for example, has closed down their events business. They're focusing entirely on online education. That's one area that's definitely going to pick up. But it's also a good time to think about, like, how do you get people together? How do you give them a place to belong to? I think this is really how I see the business changing.
Right. And what do you think are the challenges in doing that? You know, all this remote setup. What do you think are the challenges about this?
I mean, I think a lot is also dependent on the technologies that enable you to meet. So I think like a recent challenge that we are all finding, for example, is that since the sort of the Zoom investigations leaked out in the sense of, you know, the security of your chats, I mean, that there's no end-to-end encryption with Zoom. The one challenge we now see, for example, is a lot of people in their social networks saying, no, you should not join Zoom meetings. And so this opens up the space for other products, but it also means that if your business is dependent on Zoom, you're also going to have the challenge of how do you kind of ensure that your customers have trust. We're really seeing things changing pretty fast. Like I find, for example, that, you know, things that we did a week ago, that's not the same system you can continue in the next week because we're still trying to find those bearings. But this is a really good time for anybody who wants to experiment and to kind of, like, you know, innovate on, you know, things that just allow people to communicate with each other.
Right. Dave, do you have anything to say about this question? Like, how do you think the business will?
Absolutely. So at Twilio, we are seeing an incredible growth in the usage of video, voice, you know, because everybody is moving towards the digital form to reach out to the customers. You know, the entire the way people do education online has completely moved to video, right? I think traditional businesses will now have to, you know, move to some of the modern way of doing things. For example, travel. How do you travel, right? I mean, that that's an industry that will have a huge impact. But at the same time, as you know, there will be so many new things that will also start coming in. I mean, you know, nobody thought about house party, right? I mean, what is a product like house party? Why would you do a house party? But if you look at the growth of that product, right, and the way they have shaped up, it's just we have no idea it will happen. Right? I think a lot of things in the way people interact with each other has to be now very different and differently crafted altogether, right? And I think that's the most important change that at least I can see in terms of businesses. Right? But apart from that, you know, a lot of traditional businesses will have a lot of impact.
So you're saying people who innovate and the businesses who innovate will be the survivors, and traditional businesses might get impacted because of all of this.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right. Do we have any other questions? I don't think so. So I think we are done with the panel discussion and we are done with the questions. And It was really nice interacting with all of you, and I'm so sorry that Jaya left before we got to the questions section. So thank you for your time, and thank you for answering all the questions that our audiences had. We'll see you around next time.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back. So that was our second panel. We'll take another break and then head over to third panel. During this break, we have another game of dictionary. Oh, it's game number 3. Game 2, Swapnil played himself. So yeah, you can join that game. Enjoy the break. We'll be back in around 35 minutes. See you then. Bye. Hello. So we are back and we are going to start within few minutes. Uh, Before we start, I'll go over the same things again. Let me pull out those. So go through our code of conduct, and if you see anyone violating, you can report. There's a link there on the page. Then we are collecting donations for COVID Relief Fund. You can donate to this UPI ID, and we'll collect all the funds and forward to PM and RF. Our next panel is on pains of working remote, and we have Bilal Budhani. Sorry to say, Neha could not join us; she's unwell. Then we have Pavithra and Siddharth. The panel will be moderated by Varsha Saha again, and hope we'll have a great time.
Hi everyone. Welcome to our awesome panel discussion number 3. Hi
Hello.
Siddharth. Pavi. Hi Bilal.
Hey, I can't see you though.
You can't? No?
Hey.
Hi. Hi to everyone else.
The stream is slow for me. Oh my god, it's so slow. Maybe.
You can probably try your phone or something.
Oh, see. Oh my god, how will I? Okay, I won't watch you guys then. I don't know how to sync now. Maybe on the. Oh, it's. Sorry, I'm just a little confused because of the lag.
All done? All set up?
I guess. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So welcome to AwesomeConf, all of you. And all of you are in different time zones. And I'm so happy and so excited to host all of you. Thank you for making time for this. This one is a topic that is, I think, close to everyone's heart right now. What are the pains of working remotely? I mean, all of us understand what are the bright sides of working remotely. There's no commute. You don't have to get stuck into traffic. At least Bangalore traffic, it's like 2 hours. It takes 2 hours minimum for 5 kilometers. So I think that those are one of the bright sides of working remotely, where you don't have to go into some quiet zone in your office and sit there and code. You have all the quiet zone here in your home itself. You don't have to commute. You don't have to wear pants. So yeah, those are the some awesome and bright sides of working remotely. By the way, Rahul, please put on some pants. But what we are here to discuss, we are here especially to discuss what are the dark sides of working remotely. What is it that people or you people do not like about remote work? And so let's start the discussion. Can you tell us what your typical day looks like now when you're all working remote, and how is it different from the day that you used to be when you were not remote, when you were actually going to office? So what is the difference? Bilal, let's start with you.
Oh. So I think for the last couple of days, the difference has been huge because first of all, there's lockdown, then there is Ramzan. So the schedule I have is totally changed. So I usually start my day at 9 p.m. in the night, and then I keep working till 4 a.m. So that has been a drastic change, and that is possible only because I have my setup remote entirely, so I can have a good control over my productivity, but then I lose a lot of sleep. So the sleep cycle has been very difficult. So yeah, and then I sleep till late. Today you guys woke me up early.
I'm so sorry.
How are you here?
So yeah, so then I just have to because I'm fasting, so I get up and then I don't feel like working when I'm fasting. I just want to probably meditate or read something or watch YouTube and learn something new. But apart from that, these days my work starts really late in the night.
Okay. I think that's very hard to actually have a schedule like that, where you have to work at night and then your sleep cycle is all distorted. So Siddharth, what about you? How does your day look like, and how is it different from the days that were there before the lockdown and stuff?
So the interesting thing is that I've already been working remotely for a while. So it's like before the lockdown and after the lockdown, the schedule hasn't really changed because most of my team is also in the same time zone. So we all work during the day, but then the flexibility that we have by being remote is kind of proving to be like a double-edged sword right now, because it's so hard on most days to get to work now. And it's like, even though like structurally nothing has changed, but everyone's in a different mental space right now. So it's like I wake up, like the usual day looks like I wake up, I dread getting out of bed, and then I eventually slog my way through the through the other room to this room where I try to start my work. And then like all the flexibilities of like I used to go out for lunch when I felt like, and then I would like to end my day, I would just take like a walk around the city.
Right.
All of that is not there. So now I just like find new things to do to kind of like conclude the workday or like start the workday.
Right. Okay. That's interesting to know. Pavithra, what about you? How is it going?
Hey. Yeah, so the video is not in sync with my audio, and I'm not sure what to do about it. So I'm treating. No, not for me. I think I live really far off for this. So, yeah. So how does my workday look like? My workday, no, it's been a month and a half, I think, since I started working remote now. We got our first remote day was like in March, mid-March. So it's been pretty streamlined now. I feel, at least in the beginning, I had a lot of focus issues, at least in here. There's so many distractions at home. Like there is always something to do in the kitchen, or my cat is demanding attention, or this workstation used to be the place where I watched a lot of YouTube videos and like did faltu stuff, right? So, and it's hard to change that mindset to like making this very pure workspace when it's not. So that's been one of my biggest problems, I think, of focus at my workspace. Before it was like I would go to office and then turn on at 9 o'clock. So, but that's been a bit tough to adjust. Other than that, lunch is pretty challenging for me. I have to make sure lunch is already ready by the time I start my work day, else there is no lunch happening. There's just like chips happening, I think. And nobody maintains Slack status, so there is somebody online at all the time. So you can get your work done like throughout the day. That's been a little challenging, like self-care, water, and all of those things. At office, we had a good office. Yeah, I miss my office. Yeah. So I guess now I'm more used to it, but it's been a good experience. That one of my ambitions was to transition to a fully remote person. Now I have a better idea of how that works. Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting to know. I think your cat wants to go out. Anyway, now
he wants to come in. He wants to go out. What do you want to do?
Yeah. Now the cat is out of box.
Okay. So now
sleeping now.
How your day looks like. I think it would be better for our audiences to get to know you better, because I'm sure people know you anywhere. But it would be a good time for some formal introductions into what you do. What is your professional career? What do you do for a living? How are you as a person? So I think I'll give you some time to introduce yourselves. Siddharth, let's start with you.
Sure. So what you just want to know, like what I do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
about yourself.
So I'm Siddharth. I work at this company called Kodmad. I'm a front-end developer, and I am sitting in lockdown Amsterdam right now, where I moved like 7 months ago. So yep, I basically write components for a living.
We all do. Right. Bilal, can you give us a quick introduction about yourself?
Yeah. I don't know. This is always a hard question for me. Never know what to answer.
I know.
Because I'm usually doing things which I can't explain, or which is not launched, or not finished. So right now, these days, I'm doing building products, figuring out what product will work for me, and so no full-time job, but I have a couple of clients who I consult or build products for. Yeah, that's about me.
Awesome. Pavithra?
Yeah. So I'm Pavithra. I work at and a company called Atlassian. I work on this product called Jira. You may know of it. I work on trying to improve the performance of it. Which is pretty challenging, I found. I've been here for about 2.5 years. It's headquartered in Sydney, Australia. It's and the lockdown is not that bad actually here. It's pretty much like eased out. We can apparently visit our friends. Like only 2 people can visit another home, so that's like a good sign, right? Then in my free time, I'm making YouTube videos. Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, I think everyone is aware of the YouTube videos that you make. We're all a fan. So let's get into the topics of discussion. I'll give you a little hint about where we are, like how is this outlined overall, so all of you have an idea. First, we are going to talk about some myths related to working remotely or working from home. We are probably going to bust those myths or something. The second topic would be around the loneliness that comes from working remotely. Especially during this time when there's a pandemic going on and everything is in lockdown, and what about the mental state of people who are working remotely? So we are going to talk about that. And the last part would be somewhere around the productivity, like how do you stay focused and how do you even stay productive at this time, and are you even productive during this time? So that's going to be the major focus area in this topic discussion. So let's get to the first part, the myth part of it. One common belief is that innovation only happens face-to-face. As in, you go into a meeting room, you lock yourself up with 20 other people and you discuss ideas, you throw your own ideas, you listen to people's ideas, and then you come around and, say that you want to go for that innovation or you want to go ahead and build that idea. And the most common myth around this is that this can happen only when you're face-to-face. Basically, the collaboration is a little difficult when you are working remote. Is that true? Is that not true? Do you think innovation can still happen remotely? If so, how do you think that is happening? Or can you give us some examples in your daily lives where you've seen that happening? So yeah, Pavithra, do you have any answers to that?
So I'm in a pretty new situation for me, at least. Like there's been around like 2,000 employees in my company like got to go home and work on this day when they declared you have to go home and work. And we had very little like heads up to it, right? Like we were like thinking we'll do a retro to see how we will cope if we have to go remote work and all of that. It was not in any of our minds. Like our company is very pro like face to face and like communicating face to face all the time. So it was a pretty hard jump, I think, at least. For those who were not developers, it was even harder. I have seen through experience. I can't hear you.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. For those who were developers, for me at least, it was not a smooth transition. For some time, we really like missed each other. Like our work day is very, very closely linked. If not meetings, at least we do a lot of pair programming and things. And pair programming over Zoom can get really exhausting, I've seen. I was so much screen time also is not really. I at least I've not found ways to cope with like a whole day of screen time. But the thing I've seen is a lot of people are innovating no matter like the situation. Like we had I think 2 weeks back we had a whole like hackathon. So we have this hackathon every quarter. We call it Ship It. And this was our first hackathon, like fully remote. Otherwise, it happens in office, and there's a whole thing. There's a candy cart. There's like we are spoiled during Ship It. Like it's our 48th Ship It. So, but this was a remote one, and I was very curious to see how it will work out. But I was able to form a team. I didn't win though, but I was able to form a team. We were able to make pretty nice like accessibility improvements in Jira. I had a set of tasks to do. And I was basically able to like treat it like an open source project. I read this article on how Excalibur was built in like one day. So I kind of tried to follow that. And I don't know, we had like 6 people, and most of them had not worked on Jira, and they were setting up Jira for the first time. So a lot of chatting going on in Slack, but we managed to finish that, right? And the winner of the whole hackathon was so freaking innovative. It was this very specialty, like video conferencing kind of implementation in WebRTC, and that was done remote, right? So, and the whole like open source and stuff works on remote too. So I don't think it's a barrier to innovation. It's a change in how you look and work, how you look at things and like do your work. I feel more than
basically what you're saying is there's a learning curve attached to it. Because there's a change of dynamics from your office space to your home space where you're working all by yourself, and then you have to adapt to kind of get to know people remotely and have that sync up associated with it, right?
Yeah. But if you don't want to sync up, then it's easy to avoid. Is what I've found.
Right. Okay. Siddharth, what about you? How do you feel about this? Do you think innovation is kind of in a dilemma right now, or do you think people are still coming up with good innovations?
So I've tried to like read up a lot about like how innovation happens, and this is like since like I started working remotely, and then I had the same questions because when I was in a Bangalore startup, whenever you have like the tiniest idea, the first thing you go is like find a whiteboard and start either making schemas or sketching UIs. Like you just start, right? So that's the first question, like one of the first questions I had. And then what I've read and like that's been validated is that there's like a balance between, and like this is a lot of weird theory, like there's a balance between doing deep work, right? So if you have to like really process an idea and come up with something like an innovation, you need to be able to like go into a cave and then work on that, like find things that are hidden behind the idea. But at the same time, you need to come out of that cave, show it to people, discuss it, and then go back into the cave. So it's like a balance of that, like both things at the same time. And I feel like the like in-person office is really set up for like the discussion part of it and the collaborating part of it, not so much for the deep work. And then when you're working remotely, when you can find your productivity, it's like it's really nicely set up for doing deep work. And then like I guess like everyone tries to find the balance of how do you get the other side of it. Like being remote, you have the option of doing calls, and like this is like a myth with remote work that you basically never meet people, you just work from home. But there's like I'm pretty sure we do more meetings than we would do in an office. Like there's so many video calls. And part of it is like, if you work in a team or if you work with other people, you have to talk to them, right? So I don't think you need to be in an office to talk to people. But I do feel like you still have to find that balance, and like innovation happens when there's enough of both.
Right. So you're saying it's not a barrier. In fact, it's an advantage sometimes where you can, just self-isolate yourself. If you want to dig deeper into something, you can just isolate yourself and do it, and then come back. And the technology is so advanced that you can even, reiterate your ideas via web calls, via Zoom calls, and, have people around to give you that validation that you might have gotten in the office.
I have a feeling like it's not so much about the technology. I mean, I do agree with you. Like this wouldn't have been possible like 10 years ago. So a lot of like, at least our work happens and somebody goes into a cave, explores an idea, and then you'll see like they record a video like this with sharing their screen and they post it on Slack. So a lot of our communication is asynchronous, where somebody could just like go into something, explore, come back. And then like, if I'm watching the video, I'll record a reaction video to it, asking my doubts and like telling my ideas. So there's a lot of that collaboration. I don't think technology is the challenge now. The bigger challenge is that most people aren't set up for this, right? So Pavithra was saying like the whole company is suddenly remote. There's no basis for asynchronous like communication, and then like how do you even talk in meetings? So for example, like maybe we get into this later, like a big one is like this staring at this screen is so tiring. This is not how we meet in person. You don't stare in somebody's eyes for 45 minutes, right? You walk around, you look away while you're thinking. But it's like, if I talk to you when I'm looking there, you're going to assume I'm not paying attention. So it's a balance. Like we're still figuring that part out, I guess. Everyone
Right.
is.
Right. I can totally relate to what you just said. Being the host of all of this, it's really difficult to even have a sip of water when people will think I'm not paying attention to what the other one is saying. So yeah, it's quite relatable. Bilal, what about you? What do you think? Do you think the in-person meeting could be replicated even in the remote setup? And how is the innovation going with all this remote work going on?
So I definitely I have a mixed feeling about this. I think it is very subjective topic. A lot of companies and a lot of people I've seen, they've cracked remote so well that they can innovate at a speed which I think it is not even possible in person. I've seen those kind of people as well, and I've seen people who cannot function remotely at all. They're like mind dead, but when they meet in person, they flourish really well. So it is a very subjective topic, I feel. At the same time, I need some kind of human interaction to a certain extent. If we are working on a very important feature, or if you are working on a very important product decision, I would like to be in person and spend longer time with the team or people to understand the depth of it and understand how we can throw ideas, take breaks, or like environment, pick a specific environment where you just let go your ideas and all. So having said that, there are a lot of, and this can happen in once in a year or twice in a year, where you have a really big things planned for the next 6 months or something like that. But on a regular basis, yeah, innovation can keep happening on probably how the feature should be developed, how things should be, what kind of experiences we want it to build in our product. That can happen, I think, on remote basis as well.
So what you're saying essentially is, being a leader, it is difficult to kind of help people out there if they really need your help in a remote setup. But yeah, innovation, it's not as challenging. I mean, it's equivalent to how you were when you were doing a face-to-face setup.
Yeah, I think innovation at what scale dictates what level of communication you need. If your innovation has to be done at a level where you are deciding the mission of the product, or what would be the V2 of the product, where you are headed, that is not just a feature of what you are thinking, but you also are thinking about the execution plan. And at some level, I think the more you meet in person with your team, a level of bonding which is developed, which you cannot, which I am not able to develop on remote. For example, if I have a context in mind, and when I'm in person, the other people, I don't need to set a lot of context. But in remote, I have to set a lot of context before I can reach to a point where we can start innovating.
Agreed.
So yeah, the severity of I think the severity of the innovation dictates what level of communication is required. That's what my gist like.
Right. So it's kind of subjective.
Yeah, it's kind of subjective too.
Right. Okay. Awesome. So this one is an important question, and I think a lot of people can relate to it. This is another one of the myths that we have around working remotely. So let's say we all are working remotely. When we are in office, our managers or anybody, like let's say our peers, are able to actually see us working from certain duration or to a certain duration, right? Let's say 9 to 5 or whatever office timings we might have. But when we are working remotely, it's the progress is not always visible, right? Because you are not always connected to your managers or to your peers. You might be working by yourself. So do you think that it hampers a person's development in remote, or is it important to, like, what is that parameter that you gauge for that this person is working hard or this person is not working hard, or whether the progress is really visible? How do you think people should be gauging that in a remote setup? I leave this question to any of you, whoever wants to take this up first.
I think I'll take this. So I think when you're working remotely, I personally believe that you have to show some progress every day. It can be your thoughts, it can be a video of what you're thinking, but every day you have to put out something that what kind of progress you have made. Because in remote, the most important aspect is early feedback. If you are able to get early feedback from your team members, even if you think from a physical co-located point of view, you keep sharing your progress that, hey, this is what I'm ideating. Do you think this will work out? Because you're sitting next to each other, that gets simplified. But in remote, you feel like I have to do something concrete before I can share it with my team, which is totally, I think that is a myth. You have to make very progress, I think, multiple times in a day. If not, then at least once in a day, to make sure that you are not on the wrong tangent as what I am. I've had this problem a lot myself, and I've also helped my team members. I wouldn't call them juniors, but I'll call them people who are starting remotes or trying to understand the importance of remote. They always feel like, okay, I have to make a very solid progress, or the feature should be at least functional before I can share it with my team. And a lot of time, it's too late actually. One instance is I shared so this can be a gap on my communication as well. Even I'm learning on communication, but at one point I shared a link, GitHub file link to a peer, and told him that, hey, can we? I think we implemented this not properly, and this is the thing we should be implementing. And that guy took it completely in a different context and rewrote that whole component, which was not the original intention of it.
Right.
And he thought that there is a mistake on his side, and he did not communicate it, but implemented the result, implemented what he thought. And it took the loss was not about. We lost a lot of time on that. So I think that is my stance on how important it is to just. I think my standard way of saying how to do remote is over communicate. Just keep communicating. If you over communicate, I'll at least mute you, but you don't stop.
Okay. So how did you even tackle this problem, right? He created another component which was not even the ask. So how did you tackle this, and what were the learnings, and what did you do in future that helped you create a communication around the team? Do you have stand-ups, like do you have daily stand-ups, or do you have multiple stand-ups in a day to track progress? How did you tackle that situation?
Yeah, I think one of the things I learned is asking for solutions, or asking or pointing out where we can improve on from Slack mobile is not gonna cut it. I think I should have invested more time in coming up with where the problem is actually. I should have written more brief on the problem. That is one thing. The other thing is after the person has implemented those things, one of the things I realized is it is very important to hear other person out. You have to, for the lack of better term, you have to push the person to actually communicate what his thoughts is, or what are the questions they have. Because a lot of time people don't think they have a question because they might have not understood the problem really well. So you have to sometimes literally push people to give out what your thoughts is.
Got it.
And yeah, I think we do stand-ups at a very minimum thing. I think once in a day for 10 to 15 minutes is, I think, more than enough. If there is a communication gap, and if you have identified a communication gap in the stand-up, I think that should be addressed in a separate call, so that everyone else who has understood the problems, or who wants to continue with their day, should be done. Should be let them do.
Right. Do any of you want to add to what Bilal just said about over communicating, and over communication is not bad when it's in a remote setup? When you're tracking progress.
I'm really curious to like what Pavithra has to say. So I'm gonna leave like some questions for her.
Pavitra, how do you practice? Yeah.
No, this has been really challenging for me too. But first of all, I want to say that any communication totally depends on like working in an environment of of trust. So if you don't have that trust with your teammates, any tip, hack, or whatever will never work. So that's first of all most important to establish, I think. So in such an environment, you still can under communicate or like miscommunicate even. This is something that I have also been working on. I personally find Slack very, very, very noisy and not a really good place where I can keep track of what's happening, right? I end up like pasting Slack links somewhere else, or like I have so many pinned items, starred items, I don't know how to keep track of them. So on the receiving end, it can feel a bit overwhelming, all the communication, like what is important, right, in all of this. But yeah, over communicating is better when you see the same thing in multiple places. When you see that, you know that it's something important that you have to pay attention to. But where I work, at least it was a like well-oiled machine. Some communication strategies, at least, like every team has a rotation of this person who answers all the questions that come for their team. We had very strict sprint rituals anyways, like we used to do retros all the time. Manager one-on-ones happen almost every week, at least every 2 weeks. Then one new thing we added was we started doing stand down threads. Like we do a very elaborate stand up now, like we just like come on the Zoom and then hang out there for an hour or something like that. But we have been tackling these as we find them. One of the things we had the problems was with like we call them QA demos. Basically, before you merge your PR, you want to demo it to another person, and both of you want to check whether it's all right, right? So this was proving to be a problem because everyone was on these individual Zoom calls and there wouldn't be anyone present. So we are trying out like having a QA champion or something like that. But yeah, this is still, I feel, not a solved problem. We can't. I think the basic problem is we can't work as we were working before. We can't expect to like go remote but still be communicating synchronously all the time. But I think most of my team, at least, is in the mindset that this will get over and we'll get back to office. I don't know. It's been on a pain to pain basis for us, at least. My experience has been like, as we encounter some pain, if it's painful for a lot of people, then we try to find a solution. Else we just like Zoom for everything. Yeah, over communicate, yes, but then can't keep up with everything too.
So learn as you go, kind of a thing.
Yeah. It's still not a solved problem for me personally. Yeah.
Right.
I have the same thing like Bilal said. I get paralyzed if I don't have anything right at the end of the day. So I'm like, okay, I'll just finish this part, and then that can also like lead to working overtime for me. Like at office, I'd be like, man, I don't know what's happening with this, why this build is failing or whatever, and then just go home. But here I'm like, I don't want to update. I'm like, okay, 10 more minutes or half an hour more, and then it's like 7 o'clock, and then I just have to go eat something. Yeah, so it's been quite a challenge for me, like doing this communication stuff.
Siddharth?
Yeah, so it's like I had to like change my mental model completely. It's like what I was used to in an office and what I get like with video calls. And like the biggest worry of mine was kind of what you started with, which is if I'm not visible, how would people know that I spent 2 hours debugging a issue, which was like one line fix, right?
Exactly.
Like you only see the one line in like commits, right? And a lot of times you're working on like a problem which on the surface to someone else might seem easy, but took you like a day to fix, right? And then like the perception of how much you actually did is always skewed. So like one thing I've realized that it's a lot about trust in the first place. Like if your teammates trust that you're an adult and doesn't matter if you're sitting at home or in the office, you're going to get your work done, right? And like your productivity is like your responsibility and you'll figure it out. So like a big part of it is trust. And then there's also this thing about like, you do have to like put a little extra work into the visible angle of it. Like, for example, if you have stand up, right, and if you write working on, I don't know, pricing screen, and the next day you're like working on pricing screen, nobody actually knows what that means, right? Because like in a team, nobody knows what the other person is doing it to details. So like just putting some more details there. I really like putting screenshots, and like some people in my team are really fan of like recording videos when they reach a certain milestone and share it. So I think that's very cool, just like showing progress. And it's generally good for like excitement in the team. The other part of it is like in an office, if you're stuck, right, you would just walk, or the case that Bilal mentioned, you would just walk to that person's desk and sit with them, right? And it's super casual. It doesn't feel odd. It doesn't feel like you have to schedule a meeting and then, wear pants, Rahul, please. But like it's, so you kind of have to like simulate that in like when you're working from home as well. Like we do a lot of pair programming, like way too much, and it's kind of trying to get the same thing. Like talking to a teammate should be as casual as walking to them. It shouldn't require you to like do a meeting and right. It's like we've done like pair programming from bed. It's like I'm tired, I want to sit in my bed, and that's kind of like a different level of trust, or almost like an openness with your teammates.
Right.
That it takes time to develop, but it's like that is when you actually start getting the trust and the visibility, because people can then see what you do, and then you also don't doubt what they do. And I'm sure it's like the story is different for managers than it's for teammates.
So what I could gather from this conversation was majorly two things. One is that there's no real scale where you can gauge this tracking progress, right, in a remote setup. And mostly what you can do is put your trust in the other teammate or in all your teammates, and just assume that everything is working as it is expected. The other thing is to break down your tasks and kind of put up your progress in like a video or a small demo or a short demo that you can show and present to the entire team. And that way everybody knows about what you're doing for the day and what you've been working on, right? So that was awesome to know. And I think most of us can learn from these pointers. My next question is also related to somewhat this question itself. And that question is, what if one of your teammates who you can see is available online and you are, consistently pinging him or her, but they're not replying, and you have really urgent task, or you have some really urgent questions to ask them? How do you tackle these situations where there's availability online, but the person is not replying you back? So what do you do in such cases? Pavithra, can you start with the conversation?
Well, yeah, that's not really happened to me, but what would I do in that case? I would actually be worried for my teammate. Why is their green on and they are not online? Actually, I would be worried for them. Are they okay? Is my first thought. But typically in such, this can happen in an office too, right? Like a teammate could be in a meeting or somewhere and then you could not access them for an hour or so. I'm hoping they'll come back in an hour or so. I try to usually solve my problem with what information I have, or I try to find the nearest person who can solve my problem. But yeah, if it happens quite a lot, it will probably come up in my retro as well, that I don't have enough support for what I'm working on. I think that's the route I would go with, like if that happens to me a lot. But hopefully your teammates are really nice people and they don't do that to you when you're working remote during a pandemic.
Right. Hoping so. I don't think anybody's teammate is like that. That's just one of the myths questions, and I think this is the myth buster. I don't think anybody's teammate is that that they never reply. So yeah, that's a myth buster question only. Bilal, have you come across any such situation where you find it's an urgency to contact the other person in a professional environment and you weren't able to do so?
I have not. I've actually, when I started working remotely, I've had this expectation from Slack or whatever team software we were using, this is yet another WhatsApp or Messenger. So I have to, if the person is online, then he must be ignoring me if I'm messaging and the person is not messaging back. Like I had severe anxiety because that's how I started my when I started remote. When I started remote, Slack wasn't a thing. There was Flowdoc or something, and so the entire so then my friend made me realize that okay, you have to consider the other person is also working and probably trying to focus. So this doesn't work in a Slack manner. Also, I had this problem where I said, "Hi, are you available?" So instead of writing my problem, I just say hi and expect a hi back before writing my problem. So those were the learnings which now I try to help others as well. That you have to be more articulated in the way you need help, and it cannot be urgent. If it was urgent, you should have brought it up in the stand up instead of pinging him. And yeah, the entire point of you having someone to ideate is making sure that their problems are also being solved, even they are not stuck, or they don't get stuck on your problem and then their work piles up. So a lot of empathy, you have to proceed with a lot of empathy. And also on the other side, if you know someone is having a problem in case of debugging or something like that, definitely you should help the person. You should also figure out how this scenario shouldn't arrive another time. Like you have to figure out what led to this problem of having urgency in the first place. For example, if a production is broken or something is broken, uh, you need to figure out if there is a test case missing, which could have been actually eliminate the whole urgency issue in the next time. So
Right.
thinking from a very base point of view would solve the
Right.
problem for everyone.
Right. So what you're saying essentially is don't depend on the person who you are trying to ping. Rather build systems or automate systems so well that you are able to get to the root cause of the issue by yourself. Right.
That is good in an ideal world. I would love that. But also as humans, we have to rely on people all the time. What I would really like is instead of you just sharing the problem, figure out how to articulate it really well, so the other person, because the other person doesn't have any context or cannot get any context in 10 minutes. So make
Yeah.
sure that if you need help, you have prepared everything where
Yeah. Yeah.
all the context before you ask for help. And like,
Actually, I
wait,
like that point. Like even in the Hangouts or wherever we ping, we just say hi, are you there? And we miss the context, right? And that person might be doing something really important, and they are like, "Let me reply to this a little bit later." So I think what you said really helps. Like if we build around a context of what we are trying to ask from that person, I think the urgency of the reply will also match the urgency of the question. So I think that's a
right,
very good point.
right.
So that
There's
you have,
one.
yeah, sure.
Sorry, there's one more point I would like to highlight. This is a very small point, but it's very important, I think, when you're communicating, when you're working with a remote team, is
Mm-hmm.
you have a very strong urge when you have a problem that I should ping someone in a private message instead of posting it in a group, because
Mm-hmm.
at some point you have this insecurity that people should not know if I'm going through a problem, right? I just want to address this. I have this problem as well. I'm
Right.
not immune to this problem,
Right.
but I've realized posting it in a group or a channel brings a lot of help and a lot of empathy, and you grow as a person, you grow as a team member a lot, instead of just pinging someone on a private chat and
Right.
taking help and then making sure nobody knows. That is just putting the problem under the rug.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's a good pointer. I'll keep in mind if I privately ping anyone. Okay. Siddharth, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, I've been like quietly contemplating because I'm usually the person who doesn't reply fast enough. um,
Oh,
but
you
but it's
are a member. It's not a myth.
it's yeah, it's probably not a myth. So like it's usually, and like I'm also the person who pings people and they don't reply instantly. So I always like try to remind myself that I also don't reply instantly, and then like the expectation of replying instantly is kind of like a tap on the shoulder. And if you're in an office, you wouldn't spend all day tapping on shoulders, right? So then it's like part of it is just being comfortable with asynchronous, like you put something and then they might be in a meeting or they might just be trying to do their own work right now, but they will eventually take a break and try to help me. That's like part of it. But then I've also, like, in my last job, I worked with a time zone of difference of like 13 hours where shoulder tapping wasn't an option. And then like my manager used to always tell me to be more active on Slack because like it was basically like if somebody's stuck and they leave me a message, I'm not going to reply until next morning, right? Morning for me, not morning for them. So there was like a 13-hour difference there. And then we basically kind of like made this arrangement or made this like more explicit that I would spend 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Slack, right? And it's basically just that if somebody gets blocked during the day, I have like committed this time that I'll always be online at this time. I'm like watching Netflix or something and then just keeping Slack open in case somebody wants to have a conversation, right? So part of it is also like kind of making it more deliberate that I'm going to go work now. I can't help you, but let's talk at this time. And I'm always available, right? There are also days that like, I think my teammates are really good at it, like way better than I am. Like every time I ping Sarah for a question, if she can't answer, she'll just say, she'll be like super honest. She's like, I'm having a shit day. I'm going to reply tomorrow. I'm like, cool. Now I know I'm going to work on some other task. Right? So I think just being honest about it is like is 90% of the work.
Right. So the whole idea I'm getting is no, I don't think there's any teammate who would want to do this deliberately to the other person by not responding and just be like, I'm not going to reply to this person ever, so let him be. So I think what I could gather of the conversation that we had is to have a definitive time arranged where you can ask all your queries, to have more group conversations rather than having one-on-one conversations around urgencies would also help. And definitely a POC, a team POC, where that person can, have a certain time period where they can answer all these questions that you have for the day, right? So, and basically digging deeper into why these urgencies are coming in the first place is also something that we need to look into. So I think that's a good information around this topic. I'm going to move to another segment, which is the loneliness part of it. And so all of you have to answer this big elephant in the room. Do you feel lonely? Do you feel lonely sitting at your home, working remotely, while you could be at office, having chats and conversations about not just about work, about any other thing in your daily lives that are going on. Maybe you have a friend at office whom you constantly share things. You have water cooler conversations, right? You have small things in your day to lighten up your mood and change the monotony that is your work. So do you miss that, and do you feel lonely in this remote setup?
I can start. Yes, and conditions apply. So like the when we just talk about like working remotely, the kind of responsibility of having enough social interaction in a day is on you now, right? So in an office, you'll always have somebody who will just tap you on the shoulder and ask if you want coffee, and then you'll just go chit chat, or you'll like run into someone, or the lunch break will become 1 hour long because somebody has gossip. Right. So there's a lot of like chances where you just like get into conversations, and like at least for me in an in-person office, it was almost like a challenge not to get into it too much and find my like I don't know, I spend my energy too fast. So it like save some energy for the actual work. Right. When you're working like remotely or from like a different place, it's kind of on you to have a friend circle outside of your teammates at work, right? That was the biggest change for me. And the other is just like finding enough moments in your time, moments in your day where you can actually combat loneliness, right? So if you work from home and you sit at home all day, you're gonna get tired of it really fast. But at least for me, like going to a coffee shop and just having people around, that was like enough social interaction for me. Like just like I don't necessarily want to like have deep chats with everyone, but I like having people exist around me, right? I think that's common for everyone. This is a point that comes up a lot in like if you're an introvert or an extrovert, like you have to balance out what kind of work environment would you flourish in, right? So I classify myself as an introvert, but I like the existence of people. I don't want to get into conversations, but I like having people around. So that's like part one of it. Part two is that like because we're in lockdown right now, none of it exists, right? Like you can't go to work, you can't go to a cafe. So like doesn't matter if you're like used to working remotely or not. Everyone's kind of like we're isolating, right? We're social distancing. So the loneliness aspect of it. Sorry.
We are forced to be an introvert right now.
Yeah, I would like argue that this is not what usually being an introvert is like, right? Like it's not, you don't socially distance people, right? So I guess these are weird times where it would be odd if you're not feeling lonely, right? Like I would be worried if you're not feeling lonely right now, because like that's some psychopathic tendencies, right? But basically, like how I've been coping is that I'm very lucky that I live with my partner here, so at least we have each other, right? And then we can at least like talk to each other a lot, which also I'm finding has its limits. But yeah, it's a challenge right now.
Right. Okay. How about you, Bilal? How is it going for you? Do you feel lonely, or are you a psychopath?
That's
to put too much pressure on it.
That really news being tell.
It's like now you can't look great.
Now you've classified people into two categories. Either you're lonely or you're a psychopath. So
Guys creating divides. So I'm more of a people's person. I need to have a conversation with people to get my day going. So I'm really finding it hard to in this lockdown to keep it to myself, or I just talk to my wife, and a lot of times she doesn't get what I'm going through because of the technicality of it. So so even when working remotely, I usually what I do is have in a week I find out who is also working remotely. Anyone who in the town who is also working remotely, I make sure like in a couple of weeks we get together and just talk, just banter all the random things on a cup of coffee. So that way I'm able to feel relief. So yeah, I think this is definitely a lonely setup. But you need to find your clan in your own town or in your own area, whom you can exchange a lot of thought. Because without that, you will go bonkers. Yeah, you will definitely become a psychopath if you don't find a way to keep exchanging your thoughts or receive criticism or feel like a sense of belonging. I say is very essential to stay sane in this setup. Without that, I think this has a very deeper repercussion on the mental health. If you just isolate yourself and think that okay, if I open Slack and have a Zoom conversation, I'm the guy who can do everything. That doesn't happen. We are humans. Our brains are not designed in that way to keep consuming only digital conversations. And also breaking out of your circle is really important, so that you can have a different set of thoughts. Else you will start having an echo chamber with your relatives, with your family, where you will not have new ideas or new challenge. Nobody will challenge your thoughts. Everyone will say okay, isko haan bol do, and then this guy will be he'll get off our backs. So yeah, it's very important to have your plan.
Right, especially in this pandemic situation, I think it's bad enough that we are going through all of this, and to be alone and lonely at this time is even more devastating. So I think the virtual coffee meets or everything else, however you want to contact your friend or anybody you can reach out to, I think that's helpful. So yeah, moving on to Pavithra. Pavithra, what do you think about this? How do you cope up with loneliness?
It's not, I don't want to categorize it as loneliness. It's this feeling of not being in the know of things, right? Like at office, I was very social with a lot of people outside of my team, but all those are kind of gone. Now we have to actively ping each other without the context of like work, and they are busy with their own work too. So I don't know. I found it really hard to like contact my friends at office. You have to. There were many attempts. Like we made a Slack group, but then there were so many Slack groups to look at. That's something I found very outside of my team. I've kind of lost my friend circle at office, I think. So I don't know what other like cool projects are happening or what others did for like the ship it. Otherwise, you would, when you go to the snack bar or when you go to get some drink, you usually meet people and you discuss. I really missed that part. I realized I didn't know how valuable that was to me. Like I had the pulse of like what's going on around me with that. So I try to join all kinds of socials, not the company-wide ones. Those are usually I don't know anybody there. But like anything that happens in my extended team, like Pictionary or I try to join all of them, and I try to. We have like social Slack channels. At least one or two, I try to be active just to like see what's up, right? And I really miss that. I feel as part of like that's the kind of like I don't feel very connected to my company anymore. It's either like I'm watching the founder on YouTube or just my team on Zoom. It's like nobody else. It's very hard to have those parallel connections. I feel remote. Like, how do you even know? Like, 100 people joined our company like in the past month, and I don't know any of them. Like, I would have probably met them at some place, like at a social, at a meetup I host or something. But no, I really miss that. I feel I miss knowing the people in my company. Now it's all these like unknown people. Like I don't know who to ping, who has context of what, who's about. Some reorg happened recently, and I don't know what's up with that. Like who's moved where.
Right.
So I miss that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in our team, at least we try to be as active as possible. Like everyone tries to be connected. Like every sprint is somebody. We have a rotation of person who will. We love rotations. I tell you, we have a person who will organize the fun activity for the team during that week. So that was pretty cool. We did some online games. Yeah, and people do. We have like try to do socials online, but there's a limit. I feel the in-person contact can't be replaced so much. Yeah, I totally relate with that aspect of remote
So
working.
what I can gather is that you cannot ever replace the physical contact or the physical socializing with people, and this remote setup is extremely hard for all of us actually when we come to all of this because of all this social distancing and everything. And like Pavithra rightly said, that it's very difficult to gauge who joined the company or the people who were not in your team but outside of your team, and you were talking to them over conversations are not happening anymore. But yeah, I mean, everybody's taking some steps to at least have some kind of virtual meetup, Pictionary, games, cup of coffee, or even a conference like this where I can see my old friends. So yeah, I think it's bad, but I think we'll be able to cope up with that. And hoping for this pandemic to get over really soon so that we can go back to our normal lives. Okay, this one is a quick question, and please quickly answer this. If it's related to this loneliness topic itself, have you made any new friend who you had no contact with in the outside world before all of this lockdown happened, and now virtually you've made a new friend? Is there a friend like that who you met online and now you're like pals?
Oh my god. I'm on the introvert scale, I'm like 80% introvert. So I don't make new friends at office as well. I don't know, I've not made any new friends remote, I'll be honest.
Okay. Siddharth, have you made any new friends?
Kind of. I mean,
Wow.
so I wouldn't call it like new friends. Like I've met 0 new people in like, I don't know, 5 years. But then there are people who have met and we have like loose ties, and then those have become stronger. And it's almost like I can't meet my usual group of people that I meet physically. So then all of that pent up interaction has gone online, right? So there are things like this which are happening, right? And there are I spend too much time on Twitter, more than I'd like to admit, right? And so now it's like part of it is just like wanting to have a good conversation, right? It's what Pavithra said, right? It's not loneliness. It's more like feeling left out, right? It's the isolation that comes with that. So then if I see something interesting on Twitter that somebody I know said, now I just like DM them and just try to have a conversation. And it's surprising like how much people would welcome you into like conversations that are about them, right? And through that, I've just like reconnected with some people that I used to talk to and haven't met, right? And then there are some people that I find are more like me, right, than I initially thought they are, right? So it's almost like big, like all my social life is also remote now, right? And then because of that, like I basically had more conversations with people that I usually wouldn't have.
Right. So you're trying to find out common interests with people, and basically for you, it's kind of positive because you're trying to connect with people offline, online, and you're trying to reconnect with old pals, right? And
kind of. I mean, you spun it in a very positive light. I wouldn't go that far. It's more like I'm spending too much time looking at tweets, that things that I would earlier just scroll past. Now I read and my mind works and it actually thinks about that person. And it's like, why did this person say that? Like, I know one person on the chat is thinking about leaving their job, even though they did not say it. Right? But then we had a conversation because I'm just spending so much time reading what other people are writing. So there's that angle of it. In no way would I recommend it, but it's silver linings, right? You take what you get in this lockdown.
Yeah. Something is better than nothing. Right. Bilal, have you made any new friends during this lockdown period? Working remote?
Yeah, I think not specific to lockdown periods, but I have definitely made a lot of friends without meeting them. I think most of you guys as well. We hardly meet, but yeah, I think I making friends come very natural to me. I don't know how, but and even on virtual platforms like Twitter, Telegram, I have made a lot of friends, and I just feel very happy to like conversation. I like having conversation which makes sense and which can go deep. So yeah, not specific to lockdown. I think fortunately I am able to make a lot of virtual friends, and I hope to meet most of them in person. Or
wow,
yeah.
So you're blessed with this ability to make friends remotely, non-remotely.
Have you made friends, Varsha? Remotely? Have you made any friends remotely?
No, absolutely
no. Max counts, I think.
But Max was my friend even when he came before.
Oh, okay. So no new friend. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that brings us to our last segment, the most important segment, in my opinion, because most of the people are not really able to find out that sweet spot of productivity. It's either getting overburnt or it's either getting too underproductive, and I think it will help for people to know about how you people manage your productivity in these times when you're remotely working, especially when as Siddharth had pointed out, like earlier he used to go out to a cafe, and just the presence of people was enough for him to actually continue with all his work and be in a happy and positive mood overall. Right now you're not able to do that as well. I mean, at least some of you, right? And so how do you manage your productivity? Doesn't your brain get clogged with all of this negative stuff that is going on around with you and how do you come up with new ideas to increase your productivity or be at the same constant productivity that you were in office? So any ideas around that?
So did you watch the new video by CGP Grey? Did anybody watch that? I saw it yesterday. So this guy is somebody I follow on YouTube. So he made this video where he defined like not productivity, I guess, like how to be a better person in isolation. So one of the things about productivity for me was it's been spotty lately. Like it's been it was very good the first week I found out I'm working remote. I was like excited. I'm going to be working remote. This was my dream. I'm going to do my best. But then the second week was like filled with anxiety. Like what's happening in India? What's happening outside? Like looking at this COVID live YouTube. And then I realized like productivity is only when there's a routine, right? Like all these people, when they say like treat it as a regular work day, like they mean it. Like it only works if you treat it as a work day, like a separate place to work where you only work. Get up in the morning, have your breakfast, get ready, and then come study. And only, not study, I mean like work, and only work in a place. Like try not to eat. This is something I'm still learning. I eat at my desk, which is like horrible. But yeah, productivity has been up and down, and it's like how connected you are with the world. You don't want to get disconnected with the world, but then when you connect to the world, you have like bad news on bad news on bad news, and it affects you. It affects you. Like I was freaking sad about Khan for so bad. So it all affects you, and yeah, the best you can do is get your exercise, I guess. Like go out if you can. If not, like do something at home and like have better mental health. That's the only way. I think not even productivity. You don't have to measure your productivity, but if you are in a good place mentally, then that's all you can hope for. I don't think you can really hope for super awesome productivity during such a time. It's not even working remote. It's working remote. What? Who's seen a pandemic, right? I have not seen one in my lifetime. So, and like just hanging in there, I feel. I don't think you should try to be super productive too. Uh, just like make sure, check in with yourself and see you're okay and stuff. uh, yeah, that's just been, and just be grateful too. Like sometimes I don't know, I think in this whole conversation we are looking at a narrow uh, set of people, like people who don't have kids, for example, or people who don't have to care for somebody else in their home, or people who don't have a dedicated room to work in. uh, these are the kind of people that are actually having a problem with productivity because of physical reasons, right? Like if you are not one of those people, then you should basically just be grateful for where you are. Like yeah, my manager, his kid came in the background of a Zoom call and took off her shirt and started dancing. Like what kind of productivity are you expecting? Like from people who are working from home there. Yeah, that happened. I saw something on Reddit and I was like, nah, he set up his kid to do that. But then that happened on a call, on a one-on-one, and I was like, okay, kids are crazy. Like you can't, you can't be productive. Like some of my colleagues, their whole like schedule has changed, so you have to adjust for all of that. So it's to find that sweet spot. I think just to work to get used to a new normal. And try your best, I guess. Yeah, be empathetic of everybody and not try to be as productive, but just helpful and get things done, I feel. Yeah.
Right. So there's not just one rule that applies to everyone, and it's again productivity is subjective to people's situation and how they are. So just following a routine to your best ability and being able to do things in the best way you can, given that we are in a pandemic that has never happened before in our lives. I think that is one rule that we should be following, and rather than going after productivity, right? Okay. Any thoughts about this?
I think I have been I've tried a lot on this whole productivity being a productivity free thing, and in the past, and really burned myself. I think trying to squeeze out every productivity ounce from every second of my life has actually, I think that would be that's the worst way of looking at it. Like finding a sweet spot, figuring out what works for you, what is the depth of this productivity game. I think that I've lost a lot of productivity hours there instead of just getting things done. I think that is more important. So these days I'll not try to make every second count. If I start working on it, I'll get things done. I'll just move on and I'll not think about it. So is that I think being a engineer, becoming efficient at something is very natural to you. That how do I become more efficient at doing this task? How do I configure my VS Code so that the next time I'll save 5 more minutes. And to be honest, I've had that curve going on, and now I've realized that it doesn't matter. And I'll write code on Sublime also if you if you give me a proper problem to solve without any productivity plugins. And that has actually gave me a lot of peace with my mind. I'm able to feel better about myself by getting things done. I think there's a huge sense of satisfaction when you get things done, but there's no satisfaction when you find the productivity hack. So I chase that getting things done satisfaction rather than productivity hacks these days.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's a very positive twist to how you should be gauging your productivity.
Yeah.
Siddharth, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, I really like Bilal's point about like it's not so much about how productive you are, it's more about how productive do you feel. And it's surprising that we've ignored like talking about the chat for this long, but like there is so much going in the chat. So like Ritesh had something very interesting, which is like it's not so much about, okay, now I can't find it, but never mind. So he said something which is useful. You can read it there. But like the point of it's hard to like squeeze productivity, and the moment you kind of start chasing productivity is when you would never feel productive, because no matter how much you work, you feel like there's always more you can churn out of it. So yeah, you get burned out, as Bilal said. I want to say like most advice about productivity is not based on like pandemic times. So like any of the strategies that you might have early don't work anymore, right? So I'm kind of just like I'm going with what happens, and it's like my like I basically like lowered my threshold. So on some days I wake up and I'm feeling great. I've slept enough. I've had good food. I make a coffee, and then I get like 6 hours of work done. Stop working, go play FIFA for an hour, then work on my side project, and it's amazing, right? The next day or like next week, I might wake up and then it's a struggle to do like a task that should take me like half an hour, but takes the entire day.
Yeah.
So I think what's most interesting about these times is that anything that I know about productivity is doesn't apply. Like it's all in the garbage, right? Habit forming, nothing works, right? So now I'm like, if I can get 2 hours of productive deep work time, that means I will move like 2 or 3 tasks from my non-Jira equivalent software. That's a good day, right? If I make progress, that's good. The other part is like everyone in the team also has very low expectations, and it's like nobody, and I hope like you're not in a place where you have a deadline coming, but it's like at least for my team, like we still are trying to chase the same deadlines, but everyone's kind of like soft on them. Like nobody's pushing that work harder, you want to stay on Saturday because we have a deadline. Everyone's like, let's just try to get the most things out and then keep making progress. So like my definition for productivity has changed. It's like if the day is not a complete waste, I'm happy.
So the productivity is exactly like a roller coaster. It's not going to be the same every time. There are going to be highs and lows, and people should not be worried about that and not overthink about how you can be absolutely productive during these times. Also, the other people and the teammates can learn empathy, and if some things are not getting delivered with the deadline that they had in mind, there must be some reason to it. As Pavithra said, not everybody is in the same pedestal here right now. People have to take care of people have to cook, people have to wash and do everything on their own. So I think being empathetic towards the team also helps here, right? Now, sure, Bilal.
I wanted to get this out that it's okay to not be productive. It's okay to write on a Slack channel that, hey guys, I'm not feeling productive today. I'll be here for answering questions, but don't expect a lot of work from me. It's okay. There's no hard rule that every day you have to be productive or you have to fake your productivity. It's okay.
Exactly. Just take care of yourself any way you can.
Yeah.
So my next question is also related to the previous one, which is around productivity. Do you ever feel burnt out? I, for one, always feel burnt out. And usually in the office hours, I used to work till 8 p.m. at least, because my office has flexible hours. So I used to work till 8 p.m. But now that I'm home, I almost see myself working till 11 p.m., till 12 a.m. And, things keep going on. And there are days when I feel a little burnt out. So do these things happen to you people? And in that case, what is your mantra to go back to normal, or to relax, or to not go back to the burnt out phase?
I have a question for you. If you
Yeah.
work till like 11 p.m., when do you start working?
I know.
I start working at 11 a.m., 12 p.m.
This
That's
we should
12
have like an
hours.
intervention for you, right?
Yeah.
Like it should be like 3 panelists and
Why?
talking about Varsha instead.
Thank you.
Why are you working till 11? Oh my God,
Why are you
11.
working
I'm
12 hours?
asleep and like dreaming.
Let's not discuss my work right now. I don't
Part of the panel.
Moderator immunity.
I'm just talking about, okay, let's assume there's a person like me, not me,
Asking for a friend.
asking for a friend who likes to burn themselves out, given that now they are staying at home and there's no commute time and everything. So they're trying to work more, and they're trying to, sometimes they burn themselves out. What is your mantra for coping with that phase?
Yeah, I'm really interested in this question, like what everyone will say. Because like the screen time is killing me completely. Like my eyes hurt at the end of the day after staring at the screen for so long. And any recreation I want is also a screen. Like, yeah, I have my phone, my tablet, my monitor, sometimes my laptop, and then my TV. Like all these things. Yeah, that's what's causing my burnout more than like I'm taking a passive stance towards productivity, right? So my office is not really what's burning me down, but it's all the screen time actually. So I'm really curious what others opinions are towards this, but I'm trying, yeah, one, cooking. I'm working on a jigsaw puzzle, so I don't know, but that's not getting anywhere. uh, like going out helps a little, but yeah, I feel it too. Like at the end of the day, I'm like, where did all of the day go? One hack I'm kind of trying is to wake up early, not wake up just before my work days about to start. But it's still like 6:30 or 7, and then having time to myself. I don't know. That's not working out very well too. This is like honest here. I do feel burnt out at the end of every day. But I do not have, like, maybe people who have worked remote more or can, I don't know. Yeah, but it's still the pandemic. You're inside, so I don't know how you're all dealing with this burnout. I feel, yeah, it's a good question actually.
Anybody who doesn't feel burnout or who has a coping mechanism for this?
Short answer is like dealing with it poorly. And like the long answer is, so what Pavithra says is true, right? Like at the end of every day, you do feel some sort of burnout. And it kind of, like, at least for me, it kind of comes to like, even though I was set up for this, for working remotely, like my team culture, my home setup, and like everything is good, but it's still a very weird time. So it's like at the start of your day, you don't start with as much energy as you would usually do, because like part of burnout is also like, are you taking care of yourself? What's your mental state like? Are you fresh, right? But if your default state is being anxious, then like it's very easy to just jump into burnout, right? And that's kind of, I feel like that's where everyone is right now. For coping, I guess I'm with Pavithra on this one, that I've set very low standards for myself. So I'm like, if I get this much done, I'm going to walk away from work, right? So that's one. If you're allowed, depending on the rules in your city right now, you should go on walks, like separating yourself from screens. Because that's the other part which I'm realizing, is that I have no restraint, I have no self-discipline. And like Pavithra, all my like recreation is on screens, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it adds up really fast. And it's like if I am like, I've started noticing that in the evening every day, I either have a headache or I'm feeling anxious and I can't breathe as nicely. Like my lungs are anyways fake, so that's part of it. And it's like now it was like when there is a stressful day, I would feel like that. Now it's like every evening is the same. And so now I'm trying to detach myself more from like, what are things I do every day, which are clearly failing right now. So now I go for a walk, right? And like, depending on the rules, like I go walk for like, you can't see anything, but I go walk around the neighborhood, right? So I've been like walking for 45 minutes every day, just circles around the neighborhood. And I'm like trying to call up people. Like Bilal and I had a chat the other day for like an hour while I was taking a walk and just talking about stuff, like talking about what's going on. So I'm trying to find like things that usually I wouldn't do, and I've started doing them, right? So things like meditation, cooking is a big one. I'm a big fan now. And it's just like going on walks. So it like the short answer is there is no escaping it, right? But what you especially shouldn't do right now is throw yourself into work, because I feel like that was like even my initial reaction, because like you're stressed out, you don't know, you can't do a lot of things, but what you can do is like throw yourself into work, because that feels productive and that feels like you're making the most of your time when there's nothing else to do. But then that's also the fastest way to burn out, right? Like my first week in lockdown was, I'm just going to work. I'm going to become a workaholic. That's what I'm going to do. Second week of lockdown, did not get anything done. Couldn't get myself to look at the screen.
Right.
And now I'm like lower standards, taking it one day at a time. Because the other thing is like, it's also temporary, right? This is, even though this is like the new normal for now, it's not it's not your life, right? So I think it's fine to have your own coping mechanisms, which are not scalable, which might be bad for you in the long run, right? But it's fine for like these few months that we're in it. That's at least how I'm dealing with it. Bilal?
I think, I think I have been at a very, very difficult place last month. I was at a very difficult place last month because I've been planning a break for a very long time, and last month is where I made all the bookings and all the flight bookings were done. We were all packed, and and then the lockdown happened, and we had to cancel everything. And
you were planning a vacation to Italy, right?
No, I was planning a short vacation in Dubai, not Italy. Dude, come on, why you put me under the bus? So actually, I have been trying to. I launched a product in March, and I was like, okay, after this is done, I'm going for a break and not going to touch my computer at all. And everything nothing went with my plan, and I had to like move back to stay here or get more isolated instead of getting my freedom back. But then I started realizing that I have to deal with this situation for a couple of months. So I have to looking for solutions which can help me cope with this situation. And one of the things I realized is I'm really overwhelmed with the number of things on my plate, and I've started reducing them. That helped me at least mentally to clear my head. The other thing is I started making a to-do list, which says like things I want to do after lockdown. I started jotting it down. There's a to-do list. There's a to-do list. I want to
Is that list?
I think it's pretty long, and it is shared with my wife. So she has also started adding things. So that is a feel-good list. We are at least as it gives you a light at the end of this tunnel that okay, we want to do these things, so we have to survive. We have to go through these phases to reach the end of this tunnel, and that really helped. And I've started in. I also realized, I have to say no a lot these days because I don't want to get more things on my plate. So I've started saying no to a lot of things because because of the lockdown, and then I have another situation where there is Ramzan. So two schedules are contradicting schedules have been put together. So I just say no to everything. That's my default answer. No to reviewing PR. No to
yes, you're coming to AwesomeConf.
Yeah, thanks for coming here.
I'm like talking to people. Hell yes. I'm like I need people to hear me out. Like
Right.
nobody else hears me out. So yeah,
Right.
so just that's how I'm trying to deal with these things.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, what I could gather from the conversation was everyone is dealing with their own set of problems, and sticking to a routine that you think is the best could actually help. And taking out a lot of stuff from your plates and not worrying about doing everything at once will also help. Well, this seemed like a personal therapy session for me, at least this part of the communication. So I'm going to I'm going to analyze and implement all of this into my life. Um, I hope it helped all the audiences who are watching us right now as well. I think we've reached the end of our conversation, and there's only one quick question that I have with all of you, which is actually it's a two-part question, which is: do you think the remote work is going to stay? And what do you think you miss? Do you want to go back to office, or do you want to continue doing this remote work? Siddharth, let's start with you.
Um,
Oh,
okay.
Pavithra. Oh, no issues. I was just going
Pavithra,
to
go.
please. Right.
Yeah. I'm in two minds about this. Like, there are people saying, okay, this will be the new normal. Everyone who can work from home will work from home. I kind of agree with that, because everyone who can work from home should work from home. It's good for everybody. It's good for the planet. It's good in general. Companies should take advantage of that. You can be cross geography and all of that. But what I see in reality is people are like waiting to get back to normal, right? Whatever was normal before. So I don't know. In my heart of hearts, I don't believe that this will increase the amount of remote work that happens around the world, and will make people better equipped and better empathetic towards remote work. But I don't know. I don't think my teammates just want to get back to office. They want to at least get back to office partially. So that something may happen. Like, people who see, if everyone's remote, it works out. But if it's a hybrid situation where some people are in office, some people are remote, that doesn't work out very well in my experience. So we can't get stuck in that situation. So my prediction is there will be like more people working from home, on a need basis, right? And not regularly, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this changes drastically, but it improves the situation a lot. Like, it was a huge leap, like, all this time that we've spent remote. People have learned a lot about remote empathy, and like, generally have been nice to each other and learned to work in a different way, hopefully by the end of it in an asynchronous manner, and write more docs kind of manner. But yeah, I don't think it'll completely change the world. I think people will still want to socialize a lot more, but that may not be possible. Yeah, I'm in two minds about it.
Would you want to go back to office? Is the question.
Yeah, I think so. For partially at least. Maybe I'd want to do like deep work at home, and I'd like to have that option, because office was pretty comfortable. Like, it was this place where I focused. I'd like to like do a half and half, probably, like have some deep work at home, but then go on Fridays or like Wednesdays, Mondays for planning, Fridays for demos or something like that to office and meet everybody. I don't know. That's something that I've been talking about with my team, at least.
Okay. Bilal, what about you? Do you think the remote work is going to stay? And do you miss your office, or would you want to go back to your office?
So I definitely think remote work is here to stay. In fact, it is gonna increase a lot in coming years. I think we'll have more revelations about remote work. People will realize how it's remote is not just working out of home, but also you can have a small space somewhere set up in your locality and still work out from there, which is designed to become your productivity fortress. Which is what I have tried to do with my office. I do work remotely, but also I have a small space which is designed in a way where I walk in and I change the whole mindset of only becoming productive in that. So I want to go to my office where there is no one else, I don't share that office with anyone. I do work remotely, but it is my. I don't want to work out from home. Working out from home doesn't work very well for me. Need to have an isolated place. I have to get ready. I have to change clothes. I have to take a shower before I start working. I have to do n number of things to get into the mindset of doing working. So that works for me very well.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. So we are at the end of this panel discussion. If you have any advice to give to our audience, anything that you would want our audience to know, I mean, any three of you, it's an open question. It's not a targeted question to anyone. Is there any advice you would want to give to our audiences right now?
I see Pavithra's mouth open and then close.
I don't know. This is a big problem with Zoom calls for me. Like, I don't know when to talk. Yeah, my whole advice would be that this is not typical remote work. Typical remote work is probably like you're allowed to travel, you're allowed to go out, you don't have to cook your lunch and all of that.
Right.
So be mindful of that. This is not a typical situation of remote work. So don't base all your judgments of remote work based on this experience. But also, what did I have in mind? I had something else in mind. I forgot. But also try to get better at it. Don't give up on remote work. It's the future, and it's good for you to be able to work remote as a tech person with more globalization. So try to get better at it and learn how remote works best for you. At least try to get that out of the pandemic, right? If you're working remote right now, try to get better at doing it, but also don't base all your judgments on this being the normal remote work style of things.
Right. Okay. Okay. Oh, I think somebody has something to add. I see two mouths open.
Yeah.
Bilal, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I will. So I think remote or office, it doesn't matter much. Pick up whatever works for you and just go with it. If you want to get better at something, just become better at communicating. Understand how you can communicate really well is the most important part of working with team, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, my advice is that don't listen to anyone's advice. And it's just take care of yourself during this time, and it's about patience at this point, right? We know how things would be, and then maybe remote work will catch on. Maybe some people will make very, very harsh judgments based on what they see now. But all of it is it's fine. The only advice I would give you is it's more important that you figure out what works for you and you try to practice that. And yeah, it's what works for somebody else might not work for you. So it's explore what works for you. That's because I don't know. That's in the end, that's what matters.
Right. I think we've had three great pieces of advice and a non-advice from Sid. So yeah, we are at the end of this discussion. And I'm just waiting for some audience questions because I'm very sure that people would be waiting to ask you a few questions here. So let's start with the audience questions.
The audience is
only interested in
it's very active.
I know. I can't even find out any question here. It's too difficult.
It's so hard to it scrolls out and then
what did I say?
They're real conferences in the comment section. These guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of commentary going on.
I know. It's a live commentary of this entire thing.
But it's fun. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. How do you get the motivation to get dressed every day? See, I've made this pact with myself that I won't wear jeans during this time. I'm not going to wear jeans. I'm going to wear pajamas, but I'm going to change them every day. That's my pact with myself. Make
Repeat it every day.
pages every day, but and it's winter in Australia, so it's pretty cold too. So that makes sense too.
Yeah.
That's my motivation at least. Like I'm going to change clothes every day for my Zoom call in the morning.
Okay. Awesome.
Same. It's like I would either change my shirt or take a bath before the morning stand-up, whichever comes first. And then do not forget personal hygiene, just because you have the option to. And Rahul, wear pants, man. Come on. Like wear a pajama, wear something.
Ooh, Varsha, how do you get dressed every morning? Tanmai is asking spicy questions.
I don't. I only get dressed when I only get dressed properly when I have to have a video call, and that's it. That's it. In the office, I don't show my face. It's always that V kind of avatar that is going on. That's all. And my hair is a bun, and I'm all messy. No personal questions, please.
How do you folks feel about like just bringing your real self in like a video call environment?
I'm my real self.
No, I mean like even if you're like
your video on.
with your video on, even if you're like sitting in bed with your laptop, because like I was really scared.
We'll have a
Zoom backgrounds.
Okay, any other question? Does anybody disturb you at home? How do you keep the expectations that you're physically at home and still not working? Just anybody disturb you at home?
Yeah.
I think Pavithra's cat.
Oh no.
Bilal has a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get disturbed all the time. That's why in the lockdown I've said if there is a disturbance, especially from my kid, I'll just leave the work and be with my kids, because and that's the reason I have a separate place to work, and so at home it's really hard. You can't set expectations. I've seen people on YouTube suggesting that you have a light whenever you want to focus. You switch on that light and everyone understands that this guy is working. It's like on air kind of concept.
But kids get bored of things very easily, I've seen.
Yeah.
Like, the experiences of my teammates has been like, okay, this worked for a week, now what types. And I don't know, I would have gotten whacked if when I was a kid, if I disturbed my dad during his work, I would have but now parenting has changed quite a lot, and I like how it is. And it's okay, right? They can come on your screen or but yeah, I guess you can't really do work. Yeah. It sucks, dude. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Especially in Mumbai, where you already have cramped spaces where you don't have like you have to figure out everything in this small places. It's very hard to not get distracted at home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, home is such a distracting place. I thought I'd work from home and everything would be like okay. And office was more distracting.
Yeah, I think traditionally or still homes are never meant to be productive. Homes are always meant to be relaxed, where you just leave everything outside and be yourself. So we are trying something really opposite from home. We are expecting the design of home is not meant to give you productivity at all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. True.
I mean, I've tried to like make it work for me before, because I'm like, this is usually my main office, right? And it's like the bedroom is never where I work, and this room is never where I just like waste time, which is not true, but like that's the rule at least. But it's like all of that went out of the window because now my wife also works from home and we both work from home, right? But we have just like this room. So this is the meeting room. If you have a meeting, this is where you come in. And if you don't have a meeting, then you go work on the dining table. Right?
Oh my God. You have your calendar synced?
No, we just like, we interrupt each other and we get mad at each other.
Do you have credits for this room? Do you have
And
credit for them?
you have to like book, and the light comes on and everything. No, it's basically we just try to tell each other a lot. I have this meeting, so I take my meetings from outdoor as well, because like I'm okay with the whole like just woke up now in a meeting, like we're used to it. So like nobody judges in my team anymore. So she gets preference on the meeting room. But it's like just moving around the house, and it's like dining table is not where I'm used to work, right? So like half as productive there. And then this room has also become like the TV room of sorts. So it's basically all over the place, right? No matter how many like habits you build and how many rules you establish, even as like two working adults in a house, we're still struggling with it. So I can only imagine if you have a kid, then it's like forget about it. Yeah.
I think we are at our last question, and I have selected the last question for the day and for the panel. How do you not get overwhelmed? What is one technique do you use personally which works for you? What are like that the to-do list that you mentioned, or the goals? Are there any set goals for a particular day?
That's a two-part question.
Yeah.
Right. How do you not get overwhelmed? Is like, sorry, I do get overwhelmed. No one,
all the time.
no help there. Sorry.
Right.
Techniques is like the one I mentioned before, where like I do make a list for myself in the morning. Like when I wake up, I look at all my meetings and I look at all the things I want to do, and I put it on my calendar. Like these are the 2 tasks I want to get done today. And then when those 2 tasks are done, I quit. Like I get up and I leave. On a good day, I'm like done by lunch, and then I get to do whatever. On a bad day, I'm working till 8 p.m. to try to chase those tasks. But it's like, that's at least like scoping it out and not having like an infinite, because there's always more work to do, right? So just by scoping out my day helps me to at least have something that I can chase and then call it done when it's time.
Right. Okay.
I don't know. That's
what
not
works for you, Pavithra?
That's not been my experience, at least, because my workday, I don't know, I've seen that it gets a lot more unpredictable depending on my teammates' needs, what they want, or what's happening within the company, what kind of meetings are happening, or if somebody else is stuck, I am also obliged to help. Not obliged, like they need help, right? Like not only you asking for help, you end up helping a lot of people too. Yeah, it's very, very easy to get overwhelmed. But then, that's what I tell myself. Like I tell myself I'm in the best situation possible for this kind of environment. I have a job. I start with that. Like I have a job, and then I can work from home, and I have these teammates with whom I can be honest. So I try to ground myself in certain anchors to like stop that. It's okay if I didn't get this done. Like I don't compare myself, but I feel that everyone else is also struggling. And it's not just about yourself. Look around, see which of your teammates is overwhelmed, right? That can ground you too, kind of, I feel. Like I definitely saw signs of my teammate getting overwhelmed. And like reach out and see what other people are up to. Like that's human connection is the only thing, I guess, like that stops me from being overwhelmed. And that's my only technique, like to ground myself more and more. And if it's so overwhelming, like I go and start petting my cat, and then he teaches me a lot of stuff, like sleep, take a nap, it's okay.
Okay. Bilal,
I think I think I deal with overwhelmingness all the time, and one of the book which I read and which made a lot of sense is Get Things Done. GTD is their main level of philosophy. One of the things that book says, where overwhelmingness comes when you try to hold too many ideas in your brain, and you can help yourself by not holding ideas, but throwing all your ideas in a to-dos or in a place where you can just write it down. That gives you a lot of relief on your brain, because it doesn't have to hold them anymore. And make sure your brain is for processing ideas, not holding them. So that way I've started coping with my overwhelmingness. I've started throwing everything in a to-do list, and then if somebody deletes my to-do list, I will start from scratch. I don't know what I'll do. So that level of
Bankruptcy.
reliability you should have, that your brain should never think about that idea until they see the to-do list again.
Right, right. Wow, that's a great piece of advice. Don't let your brain kind of do everything at once. Put it out in a to-do list, and then when you are going to execute them, put them in your brain one by one.
Yeah, just have a look at that to-do list every day in the morning and
Yeah.
figure out what 2 things you want to do today, what
Yeah.
one thing you want to. All if you just feel like not doing anything, then just close it. But make sure everything is out of your brain.
Right, right. Awesome. Yeah, I think we are at the end of this discussion, and we are at the end of the question segment as well. Thank you, all of you, for joining us here today, and thank you to the audience for viewing us. And the chat is still live, so thank you for showing interest in our conversation. I think that's goodbye. We'll catch up soon again with another AwesomeConf. Till then, have a great day, and I hope everyone is safe. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care, Varsha. Take care, everybody.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you so much for having me. I had so much fun. This was such a good discussion.
Same here. This was a relief.
Yeah, thanks for the chat. It was really, really lively. Also, Varsha is like totally an underrated moderator, right?
I know, like
Yeah.
giving summaries at the end of everyone. So I'm
Right?
like, she listened to me.
She's really good
Yeah.
at it.
Love fun.
Yay! Okay,
Okay.
guys. Bye.
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 If someone here, like that was it. Tomorrow we have a design day. So we are having 2 design panels. Join us tomorrow. And now, if you have some energy left, you can join the after party at Front End Social. This is the link. You can visit it. Souvik would be handling you all, guys. I'm going for lunch. Bye bye.
Bye.